Xin được chào mừng toàn thể các quý vị lãnh đạo, các quý vị khách quý, các quý nhà đầu tư trong và ngoài nước đã hiện diện tại Hội nghị đầu tư Techcombank 2025 tầm nhìn kiến tạo giá trị ngày hôm nay.
Welcome to Techcombank International Summit 2025. We are witnessing an era of rising of Vietnam, where Vietnam enter a new development phase with many changes in regulations and as well as market volatility. So Techcombank Investment Summit 2025, New Vietnam from Vision to Value, is where we gather great intellect here to unlock new investment opportunities in the new era. We pioneer in digital transformation, so Techcombank is constantly opening new opportunities to contribute to Vietnamese development in the new era. So in today's Investment Summit 2025, I would like to introduce Deputy Prime Minister Mr. Hồ Đức Phước. I would like to introduce Deputy Minister of Industry and Commercial, Mr. Phạm Minh Tiến, Deputy Director of the National Data Center, Mr. Nguyễn Khắc Lịch, General Director of the Authority of Information and Communication Technology Industry. I would like to introduce Mr. Bùi Hoàng Hải, Vice Chairman of the State Securities Commission. I would like to introduce Mr. Trần Anh Quý from SBV. To mark the opening of the Techcombank Investment Summit 2025, I would like to introduce Mr. Jens Lottner, CEO of Techcombank.
So, good morning, and thank you, Deputy Prime Minister and Hồ Đức Phước, and distinguished guests, partners, and visionaries. And welcome to the Techcombank Summit, where we unite together to shape Vietnam's next era of growth. I think it's very clear that Vietnam is at a pivotal moment in its development. We need and require bold structural changes. We need to create high value-added sectors. We need to empower the private sector. We need to create SMEs. And we need to take care of the increasing demands of a population which races towards high-income country status. At Techcombank, we are very, very committed to actually drive and steer that development. We are here to mobilize capital. We're here to build physical and digital infrastructure, and we're here to really embed sustainable financial innovation into everyone's daily life. And with that in mind, I would really just like today invite you to join us as partners, as investors, as we really work on creating this dynamic, inclusive growth for the country. Let's collaborate, let's inspire each other, and let's really bring the best of each of us together to drive Vietnam to its next era of growth. And with that, I really and sincerely hope that this will be an extraordinary summit which will be helpful to all of us and will inspire all of us. Thank you very much.
Vâng, xin trân trọng cảm ơn phần khai mạc của ông Jens Lotner, Tổng giám đốc Ngân hàng Thế giới.
Thank you for your opening remarks, Mr. Jens Lotner.
Ladies and gentlemen, when we are at the threshold of the new development phase, the government is the important factor in the Vietnamese economy development. And it is very important for the government to be the facilitators for the Vietnamese economy development, and the presentment of the leadership and the government show that the private sector and the public sector are working together to deliver the great results and outcomes. Now, I would like to introduce the Socialist Republic of Vietnam's Mr. Deputy Minister, Prime Minister, Mr. Hồ Đức Phước, to deliver a speech on the Vietnamese potential to grow in the new era. Distinguished delegates, esteemed investors, entrepreneurs, and partners from Vietnam and abroad. Today, it is my great honor to attend Techcombank's 2025 Investment Summit. First of all, on behalf of the government, I would like to wish all the delegates, enterprises, and investors success and happiness. Ladies and gentlemen, Vietnam is taking drastic moves in transformation of its economy so that we can all reach the era of ascent, where we aspire to become a high-income and developed nation by 2045. In the past period, we have made great changes and we have made great moves. The Politburo has issued 4 policies. First, Resolution 48, Resolution 49, Resolution 57 on breakthroughs in terms of technology and science, and Resolution number 1. So this is the guiding principles for Vietnam to make breakthroughs in the future. The Socialist Republic of Vietnam has convened a meeting, and
tạo ra một cái môi trường hết sức là bình đẳng và minh bạch, tạo cho cái sự phát triển trong cái thời gian tới, thúc đẩy và hỗ trợ các cái chính sách để đẩy mạnh phát triển kinh tế xã hội một cách mạnh mẽ. Thưa quý vị, năm 2025 là một năm đầy thử thách khi mà nền kinh tế thế giới có nhiều biến động và cái cạnh tranh ngày càng phức tạp. Tuy nhiên thì Việt Nam đã chứng minh được cái khả năng ứng phó của mình trước những biến động một cách vững vàng. Nửa đầu năm 2025, tiếp nối của năm 2024 thì chúng tôi đã
Half of 2025, we have reaped a lot of positive results. In 2024, our GDP growth was over 77%. And our export turnover reached over 25 billion USD. And our government debt has decreased to 37% only. And these are the indicators that show Vietnam's success in development. And in the first half of 2025, we have achieved a growth of 7.52%. This is a very positive result given the market volatility. So this year we aim to reach 8% growth in 2025. And from 2026 to 2030, we aim to have 2-digit growth. And as of now, our export turnover was 432 billion USD. And our government debt has decreased. And our state budget is 1.33 million billion VND. So these proves that Vietnam has succeeded in the first half of 2025 in terms of economic development. And in terms of infrastructure, we have completed over 300 kilometers of the highway road. And we have completed the Long Thành Airport with a capacity of over 100 million passengers per year. So we plan to establish this airport this year, and we will start constructing new projects such as a highway road to Hải Phòng with an investment of 800 billion USD. And we hope to establish a railway from Hanoi to Ho Chi Minh with a velocity of 350 kilometers per hour. And we have implemented a series of solutions to develop our infrastructure, drive transformation and innovation. And we focus on the high productivity economic development, and we also rely on adoption of technology. So we hope and we want that from 2026 onwards, we will thrive. So we commit that we will accompany both local and international investors, and we call upon your investment in Vietnam from international investors. And we call upon your exploration of Vietnam's economic potentials. And our population is young and digital savvy. and the government will facilitate and enable a very inclusive economic environment. And we commit that all sectors will be treated equally and fairly, both for public and private investors, and international investors and local investors will enjoy fairness and equal treatment. And we will give a lot of incentives to invite investment from foreign countries. So we also appreciate your contribution as well as your feedback from the local and foreign community. So I would like to thank all the investors, entrepreneurs, and guests that have contributed to Vietnam's development in the past time. So on the occasion of Techcombank Investment Summit 2025, I would like to appreciate Techcombank's contribution to Vietnam's development. And Techcombank is a very prestigious organization, and it has led the digital transformation in Vietnam. We also appreciate Techcombank's initiatives in terms of development of smart financial solutions. And we also appreciate their solutions for both households and SMEs. And we appreciate that you have shown your commitment to accompany with us to ensure long-term sustainable development. Ladies and gentlemen, today's summit is not only an occasion to share and exchange information, but it is also a starting point for development. And the government will facilitate, and the enterprises, especially in the private sector, will pioneer in implementing all the solutions. So we hope that we will be able to gain your trust. So once again, thank you very much, Techcombank, to organize this very meaningful summit. And I would like to wish the summit success, and I would like to wish all the delegates and investors and international partners health success in our journey with Vietnam. Thank you, Mr. Hồ Đức Phước. Ladies and gentlemen, we pioneer in digital transformation and renewable energy. So the Ministry of Industry and Commerce is fostering a very favorable condition for development in Vietnam. Now I would like to invite Ms. Phan Thị Thắng, the Deputy Minister of Industry and Commerce, to share about the vision to green transformation and digital transformation that will open new opportunities in the next phase for Vietnam. Deputy Minister Hồ Đức Phước, delegates, investors, entrepreneurs, on behalf of the Ministry of Industry and Trade, I would like to share about the opportunities for Vietnam. Amid market volatility, Vietnam is a powerhouse in the region and as well as over the world. Obey the tariffs from the US and as well as other difficulties. Ladies and gentlemen, we are facing difficulties in terms of geopolitical issues, and the US tariffs However, there are a lot of room for us to make breakthroughs, such as moving up the value chain, FTAs. All of these opportunities have helped Vietnam to integrate deeply into the global economy. The challenges also serve as the opportunities for us to optimize our value chain and to make transformation. And Vietnam has the potential to become the powerhouse for green transformation, such as solar or wind energy, and the 4.0 industrial revolution, as well as the development of new technologies, is opening up new opportunities for us. The law on digital technology industry will be issued very soon, and it will form a legal framework to protect as well as enable the enterprises from Vietnam to thrive in the global environment. Now, we are having a lot of competitive edges to thrive and develop, such as high quality labor. We have 100 million people in terms of population, and 60% of them are adults. And second, we have a very competitive and advantageous geopolitical location. And also, we have developed the infrastructure to develop, obey all the difficulties and impacts from the US tariffs. And with new FTAs, we are diversifying our export markets to different markets other than US, such as Japan or the EU. So regarding all the market volatilities, we have identified 3 pillars to overcome challenges and thrive. First one, on manufacturing technology. This is the key driver because we are facing a lot of difficulties from the impact of the US tariffs, but this is also an opportunity for us to deep dive into the semiconductor or healthcare industry, and we will leverage all the opportunities to increase and improve our product quality as well as find new export markets. Secondly, Vietnam is focusing on renewable energy projects. And we are also focusing on developing new and smart infrastructure to meet all the standards of the global environment. And next, we have e-commerce and digital solutions and services. The digital solutions has grown by 20% annually. So these will foster an opportunities to drive the production of digital products. The platforms such as Shopee, Lazada, and Tiki not only provide products to the domestic market, but also help with catering products for the international market. So we are focusing on the following strategies. First, we will deal with the impact from the US tariff. And I believe that you have read about the impact and how we cope with it. Secondly, we have accelerated to issue the law on digital technology industry. And also, we will help the SMEs to grant better access to credit. And we will also focus on the green industrial park with investment into new infrastructure to meet the demands and also standards set by the investors over the world. And also we will leverage the transfer of know-how, and we are following the directions from the government. And in the future, we will sign new FTAs with international partners. And we are at the threshold to capture new opportunities with the support from the government. And I believe that we can change challenges into opportunities to make Vietnam a high-income and developed country. And we commit to accompanying all of the provinces as well as all of the enterprises. So let's work together for a better future of Vietnam. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Ms. Phan Thị Thắng, Deputy Minister of Industry and Trade. Please return to your seat. So to better understand the macroeconomic landscape of Vietnam, we would like to introduce the sharing from a very prestigious international economist, Dr. Tamara Henderson, the senior economist of Bloomberg, to share about Vietnam's prospect in the new era.
Thank you, everyone, for the warm welcome, and thank you, Techcombank, for the opportunity to speak here today. It's surely a pleasure to be in Hanoi. So, as part of this summit today, I'm told you'll be exploring paths for taking Vietnam's growth to the next level, to 10% or even more. There are, to be sure, new challenges from the structural shifts in this global economy that we need to consider. But the good news is there's going to be strategies to cope. Navigate the headwinds, structural shifts, is to target reforms that accentuate, already beneficial characteristics and minimize those that are less helpful. So with this in mind, this segment is going to examine what's changed in the world, what features can mean the difference between a country either thriving or floundering. So now in my 39th year as an economist, I hate to admit, I've witnessed a lot of shocks firsthand. Maybe some of you have as well. What's different today in the global economy is that we're experiencing multiple structural shifts simultaneously. So that's global warming, that's the energy transition that comes with that, the realignment of trade flows from tariffs, and the tech revolution. It's not just the several transformations that are happening together. What's also exceptional is that the transformations are abrupt. So as a result, many businesses will struggle. Some jobs may cease to exist. The changes, though, they open up opportunities for the nimble, for the talented, for the competitive, and for the well-resourced in the world. So global warming, so this change is bringing us more frequent superstorms, more extensive damage to infrastructure and incomes, and more supply disruptions. At an economy level, that boils down to more costs and less income, so all headwinds to growth. No one is going to escape the weather swings, but some will be less adversely impacted on balance. So who could that be? Well, top of mind are those that are part of the new energy transition, and those, of course, that are in the infrastructure sector. U.S. protectionism. This is going to realign trade and have different impacts near term compared to the long term. So near term, US consumers are going to face higher costs, and that is going to damp global demand. Elsewhere in the rest of the world, there's going to be excess supply. That's going to benefit our consumers, but it's going to hurt business profit margins. Now, longer term, if these tariffs stick around, production will better align to the demand, and the US will play a smaller role in global trade. Bloomberg Economics, their general equilibrium model is suggesting growth down the road really won't be materially different. Now, intuitively, we can see how Asia's transition may be more seamless. This is where saving is more entrenched, consumer markets are larger, and labor costs are lower. Perhaps the most disruptive changes to the status quo will come from technology. Vietnam certainly has embraced the tech revolution. Now, this chart is showing us exports of electrical equipment, that's in pink. They're soaring since 2015. So that's put Vietnam among the top of the world's electronics exporters. The tech revolution is, of course, a major positive force, lifting productivity, cutting costs, and sparking even more innovation. But the relentless, rapid pace and pervasiveness of the changes, that risks creating wide skills gaps in the labor force, and that may leave many workers behind. So to keep the workforce largely employable, our education systems also need to undergo rapid transformation. Adaptations will need to be government-led and have heavy involvement with the private sector in order to keep pace with these changes. So that, in a nutshell, summarizes the key aspects of our new global economy. The economies more likely to thrive in this world will have some characteristics in common. For one, they'll be less exposed to external shocks in the first place. They will have relatively robust momentum working in their favor thanks to demographics. Their governments will have more resources at their disposal. The business climate will be in good shape or rapidly improving, and governance will be sound. So the global economy is delivering quite frequent shocks nowadays. So it helps to have a smaller external exposure so that fewer at the delivery point are adversely impacted to begin with. A smaller exposure also means that governments don't have to mobilize or divert as many precious resources to cushion the impact. So it's just a bit like compound interest in banking. You know, the benefits of being able to save more and spend more productively, that will accumulate over time. In Asia, if we look at the chart, we see that China, Indonesia, and Japan are the less exposed if we look at total trade as a share of the economy. At the other end of the spectrum are Singapore, Vietnam, and Malaysia. They're more vulnerable. But external exposure need not forever define an economy's destiny. Exposure, for one, isn't static, and government reforms can materially shift sensitivities over time. So China offers a dramatic example. So its total trade to GDP was about 6% in the 1960s. By the time we got to the 2000s, it was 60%. And today it's about 36%. So dramatic moves in these shares. So Vietnam's external exposure is probably going to get smaller as, in a natural way, as incomes rise and as the energy transition progresses. And that's because the population is large enough to sustain domestic industry, and importantly, Vietnam's producers are already among the most competitive. So that should cap imports. So demographics is another differentiator. China and Japan, I mentioned earlier, they're less exposed externally by the metric I showed you, but their populations are shrinking. In contrast, I'm sure you know well, Vietnam has a demographics edge. So its fertility rate is close to the level that keeps populations stable. And larger populations like Vietnam's, they have greater scope for economies of scale to cultivate competitive domestic industry rather than rely on or be threatened by foreign production. So countries with larger consumer markets are also a better draw for FDI. Younger populations like Vietnam's, they also put less strain on government finances. Also in the economic life cycle, the young tend to drive consumption, so drive growth, while those of us in the later part of life tend to be more frugal. And last but not least, and importantly today, the young tend to be more adaptable to new technology. So another key metric impacting vulnerability is fiscal policy space. So this tells us the capacity governments have to lean against shocks and reduce economic scarring. Now, Vietnam is one of the few in good fiscal shape. Government debt as a share of GDP is lower than peers, so better than the rest, but also on an absolute basis. Debt remains below 60%. That's the benchmark for sustainability. In contrast, we have many, if not most, other governments with much higher debt burdens, and that's especially so after the pandemic. And these governments are having to service them at higher interest rates, and that's going to set up problems for some. Next, the business climate. So this is a top consideration for investors deciding which country to allocate funds. And this is even more critical nowadays as competition for FDI will intensify with the global trade shock. Now, before the World Bank's Doing Business indicator was discontinued in 2020, and this is what I'm showing you here on the chart, it showed Vietnam climbing the ranks as ASEAN reforms were accelerated after the global financial crisis. Now, even though this indicator was discontinued, there are comprehensive reports that accompany each year's ranking. These are still very useful and relevant today for those of you putting together a reform roadmap. We can also infer how business climate has been doing since 2020 by looking at governance indicators, which tend to go hand in hand. And this brings us to the last metric, governance. So governance is a key building block for nurturing attractive business climate, naturally. But also, a country with a track record of macroeconomic stability can make the difference between an economy having a hard or soft landing when a central bank is having to rein in inflation without causing a recession. A fiscal authority with a history of prudent budget deficits or surpluses can ramp up borrowing during a shock like the pandemic and do so without jeopardizing the sovereign credit rating or sparking a currency crisis. So shown here, the World Bank's government effectiveness indicator shows Vietnam gaining further ground in the years since 2020. And it can continue climbing the governance ranks with sustained reforms. So backing up some of these points are investors themselves. So my Bloomberg colleagues regularly survey the decision makers at the root of foreign direct investment. The surveys have gathered responses from thousands involved in FDI at the manager level or above. And these funding sources have come across North America, Europe, Asia, and Latin America. Year after year, the FDI decision makers, they've pointed to these 5 factors as top considerations for allocating funds. So political stability, productivity, the rule of law, infrastructure, and taxes. Now, all of these boil down to good governance and a favorable business climate. Investors have also cited other important pull factors for FDI, and these include technology and innovation capabilities, new consumer markets, lower production costs, financial market development, and the availability of quality targets. So you can see Vietnam ticks many boxes. Pushing the other way, investors also tell us the major turnoffs, and these include high inflation, elevated currency risk, poor economic performance, and security threats. Again, almost all within the realm of macro stability and governance. So we're going to wrap up now with the last slide with the 3-year outlook. Okay. So median forecasts compiled by Bloomberg News and captured here for you as of June 30th. These show most expecting growth to largely hold up in Vietnam, with more than 6% expansions through 2027. Now that's despite the global trade shock. Now to be sure, other economies won't be nearly as fortunate, and for context, I will tell you I'm expecting contractions in Singapore and Thailand next year. Of course, much remains uncertain, and of course, these forecasts don't factor in the most recent tariff news that we've had in recent days. But what's likely to hold up is the growth ranking, especially given Vietnam's still strong pace of credit expansion and what's looking like a less harsh US reciprocal tariff compared to other countries. So now, 10% growth isn't within view yet with the median forecaster, not for a highly trade-exposed economy in the middle of a global trade disruption. In time, though, the trade shock is going to fade, and the government's sustained commitment to reforms and macro stability will accumulate and pay dividends. So like I said at the start, navigating the new world requires playing to your strengths. And I think you've seen today that Vietnam has many. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vâng, kính thưa quý vị, tiến sĩ Nguyễn Thị Phương Thảo là nữ tỷ phú
Distinguished guest, Ms. Nguyễn Thị Phương Thảo is one of the first business women who have had profound achievements in aviation industry, banking, financial services, and she has made outstanding contribution to the growth of the Vietnamese economy. At the same time, Ms. Nguyễn Phương Thảo is also symbolized the kindness, and she's also a source of inspiration to a lot of young generations. And now on the stage, we welcome Ms. Nguyễn Thị Phương Thảo, Chairwoman of Vietjet Air. Distinguished leaders, guests, investors, and delegates, and especially my honors to be here, the investors. It is my honor to be here at the Techcombank Investment Summit 2025, where great minds meet, converge, where we meet and embrace the values to the society. The Resolution 68, which has just been issued this May, has emphasized the private sector to be one of the leading pillars for the growth of the economy, and the private sector will become the pioneers in boosting the employment and the competitiveness compared to the world. And by 2030, it is expected that the private sector will contribute up to 60% of the national GDP. Now, we are seeing that we have a lot of business leaders who are kind, who have great visions, who not only focus on the business development but also carries a Vietnamese mindset, who wants to contribute to the world and with the desire to contribute to the world's economy. Our Sovico group has grown with Vietnam for the last 30 years. We have been working in aviation, in urban development, in banking. We are UNESCO's partner in several activities, and we always want to be the pioneers. And with the help and with the dedication of 40,000 employees, we aim to bring the values to the Vietnamese people. We believe that the innovation and the creativity of the Vietnamese entrepreneurs is unlimited, and regardless of the disruptions, we also want to contribute to the Vietnam's economy. During the incidents on the Ho Chi Minh Stock Exchange market, we have been working with the government in order to sustain the stability of the stock transactions, in order to process a total of $40 billion. And we hope that somehow we have brought the values to the investors here. During the pandemic, we have organized international conference, and we have contributed to the vaccination program, and we also donate to the national treasury in order to organize the vaccination program nationwide. So not only do we use words to convince investors, but we also organize flights to rescue and to bring the Vietnamese people back to Vietnam during the pandemic. And together we have been partnered and we have accompanied Vietnamese customers. After 15 and 20 years, the HD Bank has grown tremendously. Our AUM has significantly risen, and we have supported not only merchants to small customers, but we also support retail customers, and we also accompany the customers from rural areas to urban areas. And from 2019, our AUM has grown by 4.5 times, which shows our commitment to sustainable growth, and it also shows our responsibility to investors. As for Vietjet, we want to be one of the leading aviation company in Vietnam. And ladies and gentlemen, today at the Techcombank Investment Summit 2025, I am wearing a vest that is inspired by, and I have worn when I launched my first transactions of the Vietjet stock on the wholesale. And the investors that have been with Vietjet Air since then has had their assets grown by 5 times. And as for the investors who have been with us from the beginning, their assets have grown by 100 times. Today at Vietjet, we are having a total of 20 airplanes, and we are still having a lot of orders for the new and innovative airplane models. And we are proud to be one of the top 3 aviation companies with the biggest orders, especially in the context where airplanes are quite limited around the world. We have been able to serve around 200 million passengers, and we have switched from paper flight tickets to online flight tickets, and we have operated flights not in the domestic market but also to other places around the world. We have served around 10 million international customers, and we even operated flights to India, to Australia, Pakistan, and we have connected Vietnam to a lot of hub spots for economic development and cultural development. We have brought pho, and we have brought banh mi in order to show our proud to the culinary of Vietnam. And we are proud to have Vietjet Thailand with the operation of 20 flights, and we are one of the top operators in Thailand. To us, aviation is not simply a means of transportation, but it also shows our commitment on infrastructure development towards education, towards the development, and we are building an ecosystem which consists of logistics, training, research, development, to automotive partners such as G. Pratt Whitney or Boeing. Our target is we want to contribute to Vietnam's economy, and we want to make Vietnam as one of the main spots for the development of aviation, technology, and talent. In order to realize these goals, we understand that we need to pioneer and we need the financing and the capital flows from the bank. At HD Bank, we believe that the connection of the banks and the capital markets will be pivotal in helping the business, especially business in agriculture, high technology, and rural and urban development. Coming to the Techcombank Investment Summit, we eagerly wish and propose the government to carry out the measures, the supportive measures on the inflation, on the interest rates, to encourage the business climate and to promote green financing, to efficiently use the FTI just as PPP in order to drive the capital flows to Vietnam. Let's invest more in AI platforms, blockchain, circular economy, because these will be key in unlocking the growth of Vietnam. We have been together with a long journey, with a strong belief that we can make it, and we have been able to partner with the Ministry of Finance from the preliminary stage, from the cross repayment scheme to the scheme on establishing the joint stock banks, including Techcombank, and it is my honor to become one of the first shareholders of Techcombank. Until this day, I still keep my shares in Techcombank because it shows how much I am committed to building the banking industries. Distinguished guests, today Vietnam is a new Vietnam with compared to 30 years ago, we started with a small dream, which is to contribute to the growth of Vietnam. But today, standing here, our aspiration is much bigger than that. We want to make Vietnam as the hotspot for economic development, to rise as one of the competitive nations. Our aspiration is not only to serve our customers, to serve the business, but we also want to serve and we also want to bring values to our investors. Today, Vietnam is a new Vietnam with, with a lot of dynamics, with transformation, with changes. This is a special moment to make investment into Vietnamese enterprises who have hope and who have the message and the aspiration to build Vietnam. Once again, thank you Techcombank for organizing this meaningful investment summit. Once again, I wish the distinguished guests and leaders a lot of good health and success, and together we will build Vietnam. Thank you everyone for your listening. Thank you, Dr. Nguyễn Thị Phương Thảo. And please go back to the seats. Distinguished guests, and up next, we would like to start the very first panel discussions where top experts will sit down to talk and to discuss on how we can navigate and how we can grow and how can we bring reforms, how can we carry out measures in order to attract investment and capital flows. And now, on the stage, I would like to welcome the delegates that will join our panel discussion. First of all, I welcome on stage Mr. Bùi Hoàng Hải, Chairman of the State Securities Commission. Next, Mr. Trần Anh Quý, Deputy Head, Department of Credit for Economic Sector, State Bank of Vietnam. Next, we welcome on stage Mr. Nguyễn Xuân Giao, the CEO of Vietnam Oman Investment. Next, on the panel discussions, we have the participation of Mr. Danny Lay, CEO of Masan Group, and today, Senior Partner at McKinsey, Mr. Joyip Sengupta, will be our moderator for the first panel discussion. And now on the stage, we welcome the moderators and other panelists to join us on stage.
Morning. Nice to meet you. My name is Hart. I didn't see.
So distinguished guests, very good morning to all of you. It's a very exciting time to be in Vietnam, and I must say this morning I was really inspired by the speakers, because in many ways I think it's not a usual time. It's one of the economies which is by most means not just the fastest growing, but also the one with the most potential that most people would see. A real committed leadership to make a difference, and an opportunity to really rise in many ways as a leader of many of the newer trends that we are seeing, whether it's in green infrastructure, whether it's in the digital economy, whether it's areas like semiconductors, and indeed the growth of infrastructure, the more modern, smart infrastructure. I'm delighted, therefore, to have with me a very distinguished panel, which has been introduced, so I will straight away get into a discussion, but really focus on the issue of capital. What will it take to really achieve the potential of a 10% growth, which is the ambition and the aspiration of Vietnam? So maybe I'll start a little bit with Mr. Bùi. Just your question. As you look at very much the need for capital for the changes, what are some of the structural changes that you see happening in the market?
Distinguished guest, you see in a lot of other economic sectors, we can see that Vietnam is going through a lot of revolutionary changes and disruptions, and on this, and you see on the stock market, we can see some fundamental shifts. First, we focus on making the shifts in the infrastructure and the platforms that can be said. First is regarding the legal changes. You can see that in recent years, we have made several regulation changes, and recently the law on security have just recently been adjusted and promulgated by the National Assembly. At the same time, this year we will welcome more shifts and changes. For example, if we look into the Decree 155, or if we look into the government's decree on the digital assets, as well as the for the carbon products trading, and if we look into the changes and the the issues of new policies to the entrepreneurs, which will be proposed to the government. And if we look into these fundamental shifts, what is notable here is we focus and we want to emphasize the access of the Vietnamese enterprises and business to the stock exchange and the capital markets. And given the government's commitment to support and to lower 30% of the workload and to lower 30% of the compliance cost for business, it also shows the government support in providing the favorable conditions for the enterprises. So to comply with the government's commitment to lower the workload as well as the papers for the business, we are trying our best to revise and to review our policies in order to make sure that the stock products on the markets will be more accessible to the Vietnamese enterprises and customers. Regarding the technological infrastructure, you may know that in May in 2025, we have just operated the new platforms for the market. This is an innovative platform which integrates all steps from making transactions to making payments. And with this new KRX platform, we hope that the platform will be give more access, and the platform will also give rise to more products and services. And at the moment, we are looking on the CCP the CCP features for the platform, and I believe that this is one of the key shifts in order to maintain an innovative stock exchange market that can catch up with the international practices. Another shifts that I would like to mention is that you see in recent times the government is making reforms in order to make sure that the foreign investors will have more access. And notably, we can see the efforts from the Ministry of Finance, from the government, and from the State Bank of Vietnam in order to raise, our sovereign rating as well as our stock exchange market. So our work revolves on two values. Number one is we want to bring values to the investors. We want to ensure fairness, and we want to ensure, the clarity with the investors. In order to create favorable conditions for the foreign investors, we have revised a lot of paper procedures. For instance, we have revised some registrations through paper by opening up the trading code for the foreign investors, meaning that the investors now only needs to wait 1 day in order to get the trading code, and every steps can be conducted online. And also the State Bank of Vietnam has also revised the Circular 05 together with the Circular 03, and in the future they will also issue the amendments of the Circular 07. And in these circulars, the government has also removed the legalization or the consularization of a lot of paper documents, and we can also see that there will be less regulations for foreign investors to provide biometric data. So these will be the fundamental shifts that will create favorable conditions for the investors. At the same time, we also remove some conditions on the transactions of some international companies in which we don't require the depository of such transaction. And we also ask all of the companies to announce its transaction in both English and Vietnamese. And we believe that these measures, these reforms have been carefully implemented, and we have been our efforts has been highly appreciated by the international organizations. Obviously, in the future, we will keep researching in order to refine, fine-tuning, and upgrading our platforms. We also want to make changes to the foreign ownership ratio, and we're also looking into the hedging tools for the foreign investors. So all in all, what I can say here is that the stock exchange market has been going through a lot of significant changes and fundamental shifts. We have a long list of the items that we need to tackle in the future. Fortunately, our reforms and our measures have received the huge support and the companion from the government. And once again, I would like to send my gratitude to all of the investors, to the partners who have worked with the Ministry of Finance. Dạ cảm ơn phần chia sẻ.
To carry out, and certainly we hope that that will have a tremendous impact, as you have hoped. Maybe my next question to you, Mr. Cui, from the perspective of the State Bank of Vietnam. Clearly, Vietnam has a very exciting green agenda in terms of its commitment to net zero by 2050. Consumers are demanding more green products. The government is investing more in green infrastructure. From the central bank perspective, how do you see the policies, the processes, the facilitation to enable growth of this green credit and green infrastructure?
Thank you for your question. Distinguished guests and distinguished panelists. I have attended a lot of events, but never have I ever seen such a very comprehensive and very large summit like this. We saw a lot of screens here, right, with the major tone is blue, which is closely linked and associated to the theme of New Vietnam from vision to value. And your question mentioned the commitment to net zero by 2050. So our commitment to net zero by 2050 have been made in 2021. However, regarding green transformation, we have been implementing green transformation for almost a decade with very positive results. So previously, the Deputy Prime Minister has summarized all the positive results of the socio-economic development of Vietnam in the first half of 2025, and he also briefly mentioned the results of green transformation of Vietnam. So for the banking sector, and here we also have Techcombank, we have greatly contributed to achieving these positive results. So for the banking sector, the implementation of the Green Transformation Plan has been going on for 2 phases. From 2021 to 2030, we have drafted 2 plans to implement the green transformation on the national scale. And we also have a plan to develop green banks in the banking sector. And from 2015, we issued directives number 03 on green credit and promotion of risk management in banking operations. And as of now, when we do the evaluation, almost all of the credit institutions have shown to comply with all the regulations that we have drafted and I have mentioned. And in 2023, the State Bank of Vietnam has issued Circular 17 on compliance with all the environmental protection regulations. And we also asked the banks and credit institutions to comply with the green transformation regulations in all operations such as credit granting. And as of now, we see that all of the banks and credit institutions have complied with all these regulations. And the total exposure of the banking sector has reached nearly 700 billion USD in terms of green financing. And all of that is to say that the banking sector is well aware of the green goals. And yesterday when I heard the Prime Minister said that green transformation and green development is not only a trend or not only a buzzword, it is the responsibility of all people, of everybody's. So regarding all the solutions and the actions that we have taken, I am confident to say that the banking sector has made great contribution in helping Vietnam to keep the commitment of the net zero by 2050.
Articulated, and it's terrific to see the support that the State Bank of Vietnam is providing through its policies to banks to enable this green transformation. I'll come back to another question in a minute, but I want to go into to you, Mr. Jiao, in terms of as you look at it from the investor lens, and as you speak to investors, clearly there is old sectors which have powered growth and a new set of opportunities which are powering growth. How do you see the investors reacting to some of the newer opportunity areas in Vietnam?
Thank you for the question. So I think from my standpoint in talking to investors is, the startup world in Vietnam is, I think, just beginning. And so I think you attract a lot of venture capital money. But I think when you talk about the transformation of Vietnam, moving into AI, moving into tech, being tech-enabled, I think you'd require longer-term capital, more patient capital. So I do think investors look at Vietnam, they see the talent, they see the analog in China, whether it be in other developed markets, and definitely those markets in Vietnam will continue to grow. But I also think because technology now is so prevalent, easy to access with platforms like OpenAI, you also see traditional companies start to implement tech strategies to catch up with the startups. So I think it's a two-pronged strategy with investors. They will look at what traditional companies can make that leap into the AI tech-enabled platforms and what startups will emerge as disruptors in the market. And so I think from an investor standpoint, Vietnam is becoming a more developed economy, potentially into emerging markets. But I do think if you want to see transformation in Vietnam, that longer-term capital has to come, and the cost of capital has to come down so that Vietnam can basically ride the transformation.
Thank you. Thank you. This is very insightful, and I think it also leads me to you, Danny, and as you look at it from a private sector perspective, how would you look at, given the growth of the Masan Group, you're the leading consumer retail player in the market. How do you see, in some ways, the opportunities for the retail sector to mobilize capital?
I think for Masan, Danny, you can take that.
Yeah, so I think you swapped the questions.
Sorry.
So what was the question again?
Yeah, how do you really see the opportunities for the retail sector really to drive capital, to drive growth of the economy?
I think so there's a couple of things that I look at. If you look at Vietnam's modern trade market, it's only 88% 12% of the economy. So you look at neighboring countries like Indonesia, Thailand, that number is 30 to 50%. And so what I believe that can happen is the modern trade is supposed to basically build an end-to-end supply chain to make goods more efficient. That is the thesis and theory of modern trade. So to do that, I think for us, what we have to do is build the logistics infrastructure. Number two, the investments in fixed assets will always be there. But I think this time around, the investment in technology, AI, ML, data-driven decisions to see how your supply chain works, where to open stores, how to deliver those goods and services also on an omni-channel basis. So I think it comes with the infrastructure. I think also our vision is to lower the cost to serve by 15, 20%. And I think that comes from building the infrastructure logistically, working with the mom and pop shops to modernize together. So I think our strategy is never to replace the mom and pop shops, but how to work with them to modernize and deliver them, each consumer, the best goods at the most reasonable price.
No, thank you. I clearly mixed your question, so I come to you now with a very interesting, you heard all of the reforms that Mr. Bui laid out in terms of the capital markets and what it would take to grow. If you take the investor lens, is that exciting enough?
Well, the short answer is yes. I'd like to share a little bit, probably a bit different perspective from a different lens, because the investment summit, there's going to be a lot of discussion from the investors and about the macro, about the economy. I'd like to share my view from the lens of a sovereign wealth fund, and specifically the sovereign wealth fund from actually the GCC, or the Middle East area. As you know, probably over the last 20 years, and more so probably over the last 5 years, Middle East has become basically the source of capital for a lot of countries and also for a lot of companies that are trying to raise money from the Middle East, including Vietnam. If you see basically ASEAN GCC partnerships, recently with our Prime Minister. So now, when you're talking about the Middle East, most likely you're talking about the 6 countries. It's going to be, and these 6 countries, they surround the Persian Gulf, which is you're talking about Oman, Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and UAE. These are the countries we call the GCC. All of them have exactly the same goal. And this goal is basically to reduce the reliance on oil and also to invest for the future generation. So if we know this goal, then their objective of this type of fund, and especially as Danny said, is a long-term capital. The sovereign wealth fund is a long-term capital. If we know this goal and the objective, then attracting the capital is not that hard. So the number one objective of a sovereign wealth fund, specifically in the GCC, number one, is similar to any other fund, is they're looking for growth. And as my colleagues have shared, Vietnam at the moment is at the new phase, for the new, basically new era with all different reforms. So you're talking about Resolution 68, Resolution 57. But from an investor perspective, we also look at it, the fundamentals of Vietnam is still there. So we have a young population, 100 million. But what's more exciting is that we plan, or we target, to double our GDP per capita by 2030 and become a high income by 2045. And as you know, there's a lot of academic research, and there's a lot of even World Bank research that simply says that when you're moving up, the marginal consumption is going to be significantly higher than the same country on another scale. So what we're going to see over the next few years is going to be a huge jump in consumption. So from a growth perspective, Vietnam is definitely on the radar of every single country that's looking for growth. Of course, if we're trying to attract sovereign wealth capital, then we're also talking about the size. There has to be decent size, because these are the big check sizes. And when you're talking about those type of capital, some of the largest sovereigns are there in the few hundred billions. So that's the number one objective. Number two objective is probably just as important as the number one objective, is a lot of these funds, countries, when they invest, they're also looking for collaboration.
Yeah.
That's a lot of our companies, they do not think about that, but I think that opens a lot of different channels. So, for example, even when Oman invests in Vietnam, we're always looking for, is there some collaboration that can be done with the home country? How does the investment help create jobs or increase the GDP basically in the mother country? Not many GCC countries were able to answer that question. So if Vietnam somehow was able to find collaboration opportunities, that is basically opens up a lot of channel for capital. The easiest one would be digital transformation, technology. That is the easiest thing to collaborate. That's number one. Number two, the government and our prime minister has also pushed for halal food. If you're talking about halal food, you're talking about $3 trillion market and expected to more than double. So all of this creates a lot of opportunities for Vietnam. Number one, from growth. Number two, from collaboration. Thank you.
No, thank you. I think that is certainly a very inspiring vision to move into from the middle income trap to the 2045 high income country. One of the things, of course, which is a challenge to achieving that is the external environment and tariffs. And I want to come to you with your perspectives on the recent tariffs that have got announced. And how do you believe that, especially the companies in Vietnam, have been impacted by that, particularly insofar as their ability to raise capital, given dampening of growth prospects potentially?
If we look into the reciprocal tariffs, which has recently been announced by the Trump administration, I believe that will have an adverse impact on not only Vietnam, but also to other trading partners. And just what Ms. Tamara Henderson from Bloomberg has presented, the reciprocal tariffs that will be imposed by the Trump administration on the trading partners will eventually, number one, to increase the cost of living for the Americans. At the same time, it will also reduce the supply and the export of goods to the world. So I believe that it will have an adverse impact on not only the trading partners, but also on the Americans. That is why I believe now that the Trump administration has left the new policies in pending for 2 times, I believe. So back to my point, I believe that the adverse impact brought by the new fee tariff will not just happen in Vietnam, but also to the world. In Vietnam, I believe that our exposure to the world is very big. Just like what Ms. Tamara has said, we are number 2, only behind Singapore, to have a large external exposure. So the disruptions or the volatility in the trading markets will definitely have an adverse changes to the markets. However, I would like to share another lenses. If we look into the total turnovers of our export turnover, then the FDI will contribute up to 70% of the revenue. And you see the listed FDI on the stock market is not too many. And although I understand that there will be impacts on the Vietnamese market, who work in a lot of industry and economic sectors, in export industries such as textiles, in footwear, or in fisheries. And if they are business who worked in industrial real estate, then I understand that these enterprises will going through a severe, will have to suffer severely from the new fee tariffs. But however, I understand that the growth of all industries and economic sectors are interconnected. So I think that to some extent, there will be an impact on some enterprises will have to endure and to suffer from this fee tariff more than others. Now, going back to your questions regarding the impacts on the recent agreement between the US and the Vietnam, then if we think that if we look at the stock market, then we see that there has been some positive response. The first thing is, in recent days, our VN index has gradually increased, and from the first time, it has exceeded the 1,400. And in terms of market liquidity, it has significantly improved. If we look into the average liquidity of the market, it is somehow between $1 billion equals 30 trillion VND. Another notable signs that I would like to emphasize is that we see the participation of more industry investors. For example, if we look into the transactions carried out by foreign investors, it's up to 7 trillion. However, my question is, are those positive signs from the primary agreement between the US and the Vietnam? To be honest, I think it's too soon to confirm this, even though I have to share that the fee imposed on the imported goods from Vietnam is 20%, and for some it's 40%. Actually, it's lower than the fee imposed on other products from China and Japan. So I have to comment that I believe that Vietnam is in a more in a better position compared to other nations. However, once we have more details of the agreement, then we can say that what will be the next steps for Vietnam. Because you see, we're not living in a flat world, meaning that the production of one product not only stays within one nation, but it also includes the involvement of a lot of nations. So I think that there will be more times to order what is a third-party product and what is, the product made in Vietnam. So that's why I think we still need to wait for further details between the agreement of the US and Vietnam.
Share your glass half full view and not just the glass half empty view of relative tariffs in Vietnam's competitive position. I do want to come to you, Mr. Quy, on I think the point that Mr. Zhao made overall on the opportunity and the move of the economy to a much more developed economy. But an important part of that is inclusion of SMEs, because SMEs in many ways are the engine of growth in any economy as it goes through this transition. And at least as we have talked to SMEs, they struggle with getting access to finance, timely finance. Banks are still hesitant to lend to them in the fullest way because they're not able to assess risk appropriately. So with the growth of automation, digital, how do you think State Bank of Vietnam can create policies which enable better flow of capital to SMEs? And what are some of your thoughts on that?
I would like to add on what Ms. Thao has said as she drafted the content, as she gave a summary of Resolution 68 on the development of the private sector. So for private sector, it also consists of SMEs. And the private sector, especially the SME, has been identified as the key components for economic development. So now we have Resolution 68, which has been recently issued. And the government has also issued Resolution 68 and Decree 138 and 139, all emphasizing the role of all the private sector in driving economic growth in Vietnam. And the development of the key of the private sector is also one of the 4 pillars to drive economic development in Vietnam in the future, in addition to other pillars such as administration reforms or integration. And also we have Resolution 57 that you have heard about on digital transformation and adoption of science and technologies. So regarding the situation where SMEs have difficulties getting access to credit, I believe that all of you here are economic experts and bankers, very seasoned bankers. So I think that you all understand the situation that the SMEs are facing right now. And the State Bank of Vietnam is always committed to accompanying all of the banks as well as credit institutions in serving SMEs. And we always set the goals to help SMEs to gain better access to credit. And we can see that the government has stressed the importance of SME by issuing regulation and policies on supporting SMEs to grow and to thrive. And a series of policies and laws have been issued to support these growth and to help SMEs to gain access to credit from credit institutions or investment funds. So we have all the regulations and laws in place. And as banks and credit institutions, it is our duty to give opportunities to SMEs through multiple methods, such as improving the credit processes. We constantly review and revise the administration procedure and try to minimize the paper procedures to help SME gain access to credit. And in addition, in different development phases of the Vietnam's economy, we have encountered a lot of challenges and difficulties. Most recently is the COVID-19 pandemic, which has imposed great impacts on the enterprises and banks. And now, amid the market volatility, the banking sector has committed to always accompanying the SMEs to address all the pain points by means and methods such as rescheduling the loans, restructuring the loans, or even giving new credit to them to help them overcome all the challenges from all the market volatilities. In order to save time, I would not deep dive into the detailed solutions that we provide to the SMEs. However, I just want to say that every year we organize meetings and investment conferences to get together and to sit down together with the SMEs to talk to them, to exchange with them on how to address the pain points that the SMEs are facing. So, and I think that Techcombank Investment Summit 2025 is also an opportunity to gather the great minds together to help mobilize all the resources to help the SMEs to overcome the challenges. And this is also an occasion to find opportunities to diversify our credit mix so that we can provide the best and suitable solution to the SMEs. And we also maintain a very appropriate pricing policies to foster favorable conditions for the SMEs to thrive and to do their business. So investors may rest assured, given the environment and the business climate in Vietnam, because we have a lot of solutions to help all stakeholders to overcome their own difficulties. And our solutions is timely and compliant with the laws and regulations in Vietnam. And also the government has assigned us with the task to support all the enterprises, and let's say we have been doing a good job.
Extremely encouraging, and I'm sure both for SMEs but also for the bankers in terms of the initiatives that you're taking. Maybe, Danny, I come to you to move from SMEs to consumers. And clearly there is a revolution going on among consumers in Vietnam. They're younger, they want more innovative platforms, modern retail, and you through Winmart and other retail innovations have been trying to meet that need. Where do you see the role of innovation in this to really meet the needs of this new emerging class of customers, and how will that drive the transformation of Vietnam?
I think I go back to technology. I think when you're thinking about a traditional retailer, the assortment cycle is usually 6 months, 1 year. But I think with the young population in Vietnam, the smarter consumer, the more, I think, very complex consumer. So using AI to predict trends, to look at your assortment, so that you can update it, whether it be a month, 1 week, 2 weeks. So I think you have to cut the assortment cycle. I think secondly, there's so many apps out there, so many programs out there. So how do you build a total all-in-one solution? And that's something that we do with Techcombank, where they come into our store. We act as an agent bank for Techcombank. It's in pilot stage. But I think those type of solutions where we're a distribution touch point, how do we work with great partners like Techcombank? But then the second step is, how do you build a digital twin that can integrate Techcombank's products, our products? And I think also we live in, I think in the next 5 years, will be an agentic world. So how do you build or understand how to use agents to talk to consumers? Because I think that is the next step of Gen AI. Some things that consumers are starting to do now, but you'll see kind of the agentic model go into the daily lives of consumers. So I think it comes down to offline will always be necessary. Even in the US, e-commerce is only 25%. But it's how you engage with your consumer when they're not in your store. How do you build those solutions outside of our products? And then how do you deliver that in a seamless fashion? So I think that is the innovation that needs to happen and will happen in Vietnam.
Well, that's fantastic to hear, though I must confess the idea of interacting with agents as opposed to with human beings is a little scary, but I'm sure that's going to happen. Maybe I'll, as we come to the end of this, I want to come back to you, Jiao, from where I started. To achieve Vietnam's potential, we need capital. And if you look at the next 5 years in terms of gross capital formation, I think Vietnam needs about $1.2 trillion, of which about, through internal generation, it can get about 800, 900, maybe even $1 trillion. So there's roughly about a $200 billion gap. And last year, FDI was about 25 billion in Vietnam. So as you look at it from the vantage point of what the country needs, where the investors are, what are the 2 or 3 things beyond, as you said rightly, going after long-term capital? Are there 2 or 3 other things that you would suggest?
I think a lot of challenges actually that have been faced by foreign investors, Mr. Hai also addressed that a lot, is that, and also the Deputy Prime Minister, is having a level playing field. So just to share with you, the documentation has been extremely easier. Probably in October last year, if to open a trading account here, it took us three months because of consulate approval. But now it's taking 1 day. That's one example. Another example would be on, for example, on an M&A field. On an M&A field, for example, if you're talking about regulatory, a typical local company can do an M&A very quickly because simply they go to, it used to be DPI, Department of Planning and Investment, change the ownership, and they're done. But from a foreign investor, it can take anywhere from 1 month to probably sometimes 3 months to 6 months because of M&A approval. So it creates and those are some of the basically concrete examples that I can give. But at the moment, the government is changing that, specifically through digitization, digital transformation. And at the moment, it's cutting down the timing of that down to more than 30%. So we believe that from our side, an investor where we do both public and private equity, we see that basically that's just lowering down the paperwork time is already an extreme advance already for over the next 5 years. That's number one in terms of from the regulatory perspective. In number two, in order to attract capital, and as you mentioned, Vietnam needs a lot of capital for infrastructure, for example. So for infrastructure, a lot of their specific funds that are in infrastructure. Similar to what Danny said is that for innovation, there's a lot of venture capital funds. But for infrastructure fund, there's a lot of funds that they are looking into it. But then again, they need regulatory, that's number one. Number two, they also need the government's joint hand. So from a lot of the other countries, that's why you see they have sovereign wealth, is also they joint invest. And that is something that we do not see, for example, then something that Vietnam can also improve. That it's in this major scales, then the sovereign wealth of Vietnam, let's put it that way, can also joint invest. And of course, according to the law in the Ministry of Finance, that is something that is also being worked on, is how to establish basically a sovereign wealth for Vietnam as well.
Thank you. That was, again, very comprehensive. And as we come to the end of our time, I just wanted to quickly summarize the 1 or 2 takeaways that I took away from this conversation. First, just listening to you, I think the first notion for me was optimism. And clearly there is, notwithstanding some of the dark clouds in the geopolitical horizon, a lot more optimism about Vietnam's future that all of you exhibited. Second, I think it is remarkable to see the enablement of the economy. And I think both of you talked about either the reforms which are happening in the capital markets, whether it's the enablement of policies to support the growth of the economy through better financing, better policies for SMEs and others. I think that was also very inspiring. Third was innovation. And for me, I think whether it's the role of private capital driving innovation, driving infrastructure, and private capital and not just government capital coming together to take the lead in making this transformation happen. That was very encouraging as well. And then finally, I think to your point, I think, with technology transformation, clearly I think a lot of the niggling challenges that exist will hopefully disappear, which will then allow much more easier access to international capital as it builds up and complements the domestic capital that exists. So with that, I'd like to thank all of you. Thank you for your time. Thank you for the lovely insights. And I hope all of you found it useful. Thank you.
Vâng, xin trân trọng cảm ơn. Xin mời quý vị trở về.
And we would like to welcome you back on your seats. Once again, we thank you. Distinguished guest, with the vision and mission to create an ecosystem for providing the financial banking services, Techcombank is gradually changing from the national champion into the regional hubs where talents, where technology, and where values will converge. And now on the stage, we welcome on stage Dr. Jens Lottner, Techcombank CEO, to proceed on the stage to share more about this topic.
So, again, good morning. That was very, very insightful. And again, I think, as Joydeep rightfully said, there's a lot of optimism. And I think what I wanted to do is just do a little bit, a quick calibration of the aspirations, the challenges, and how we, as a leading bank, are thinking about these opportunities and challenges. So the one thing which I think is very clear is there is this 10% growth aspiration. And I think it really will be a complete breakaway from what we currently have. And if you look through the last 40 years, we were around 7 or 8%, but if you really want to break away, you need to break away now. And because there are certain macroeconomic factors which will be very, very hard to replicate. I think you have another 10 to 20 years, and then the economic dividend of a young population and population growth will actually expire. So the question is, therefore, what is the challenge? I think the first challenge is we need to significantly increase labor productivity. And you've seen actually that Vietnam did quite well, but again, they did not as well as China. And one solution which normally emerging markets are doing, where you're saying more and more people are participating, and that is driving GDP growth. You see, we already have a very high participation rate. So it's not like more people can work. And even if you think about more people can work, you actually have a rapidly aging population. So that is not what needs to happen. What really needs to happen is the productivity per person per hour. That one is what needs to shift. And that is the whole argument why you need to completely restructure the economic fabric of the country. So what does it mean? You actually need to start investing in a lot of high growth sectors and technologies. So if you look on the one hand, we're about AI, e-commerce, semiconductors. That is actually where huge new value pools are generated. And I think the question is, how can you as a country participate in that? And I think that is why there is a lot of debate around how can we really start shifting the economy in a very, very different way. At the same point in time, you need to take your classic sectors, which are really driving GDP growth, and you need to increase the productivity also in those. Real estate, infrastructure, utilities, to go to these next levels. So what you need to do is you need to basically look for the new, but also completely restructure the old. At the same point in time, we were saying, okay, what really drives over time consumption? Well, I think you cannot just work on the fact that everything is export-oriented. So if you see the long-term trend, actually, domestic consumption as part of GDP has gone down. But what you really want, it actually should be going up. And now you could say, well, it's actually a very export-oriented country, so therefore it should be higher. But if you take some of the most kind of successful export-oriented industries, if you take Germany, Korea, China, it's a significantly higher number. So you need to get away from an economy which is only going and driven by exports into something which is actually driven also by domestic consumption. And somewhere between 40 to 50% is probably something we need to achieve relatively quickly. Now, urbanization is also an area which can actually drive that. But again, we need to start getting from pure exports of low value added into an economy which also is driven by domestic consumption. Because that is actually a well understood problem, I think the government has framed its aspiration and its principles very clearly. And that is what all the speakers before were talking about, Resolution 57, 59, 66, and 68, which is saying we will use AI, we will use digital transformation, and we will use the private sector as the driving forces for that transformation. I think in the past, was very much like the state-owned companies were supposed to pull ahead. But now I think the point is we will ask the private sector to actually lead that change. So the aspiration is clear. I think the frames are put into place. The question is, what else needs to be done? Because I think there's one thing from aspiration going to real value creation. So what will it take? So the first one is, we talked about it, and I think the speakers beforehand were talking about it, the pure capital formation which is required over the next couple of years is around 1.1, 1.2 trillion. Now, you could say in the past we were able to do something like this, so it's not completely unheard of, and probably the government needs also to invest a little bit more. However, there's a little bit of a change here. And the point is that 400 billion needs to be somewhere put into the restructuring of the economy and the economic model. So we need infrastructure. First, we need the investments in these high value-added sectors, because otherwise this will not happen. So there are data centers, and there's a complete and different form of manufacturing capabilities. Existing manufacturing units probably needs to be much more intelligent than what we have in the past. So that's the first one. The second one is, if you start moving into a higher value-added economic model, you need to have the infrastructure to basically integrate yourself into global supply chains in a much deeper and much more precise manner. What I always say is, if a pair of shoes sits on the dock for 2 weeks, I think it's really bad. But if certain semiconductors are not finding their way into the global supply chain in time, you have a massive rattle-on effect. So the infrastructure needs to come there, and then we need to do it in a sustainable manner. So just the investments required to do it in a green manner, again, is another 100 billion or so. So 400 billion of that capital formation is in areas where we don't have so much experience. So it's not just the amount, but it's also the question how to deploy. Secondly, we need the money for that, and that's why we're saying there's a funding gap. And so we had roughly the number of 200, but even if you see some of the other numbers like the capital market issuance, the bank loans, that all has certain assumptions which need to be coming in place. So the banking sector is not the most capitalized one, and so I think just expanding the bank books is not so easy. $190 billion through the bond markets, again, also will probably need some work, but then there's still this funding gap of 200 billion. I think that is why the government is talking about the IFC. That is why we're talking about crypto assets, digital assets, in order to make sure that some of the money which has left the country find its way back. If that is successful, is something completely different. But again, I think we need to take some drastic actions. The private sector, we talked about the private sector. So if the private sector is really the economic growth engine, you need around 2 million SMEs, which is much, much higher numbers than what we currently have. So it requires a 12% annual growth rate. We need to find employment, high value-added employment, because otherwise GDP per capita will not really go up. And then again, you also have on the large companies, they really need to integrate into global supply chains in order to make sure that the rest of the economy can follow. So just building a private sector, which took around 30, 35 years, getting this accelerated over the next 5 to 10 years, how will that exactly happen? And what is required? Because it's not just about capital, it's a lot about digitization of their business models, finding new operating models. Otherwise, again, this GDP productivity increase of production per hour, per person, will actually not come in. And then there's a complete change in the way how consumers will basically consume financial services. So this is just on the private banking side what you happen if you start going beyond the magical number of around 5,000 to 7,000 GDP per capita. Right now we are roughly at the 4,400. So we're getting into that range where suddenly a complete new set of wealth is created, but with the new wealth comes new demands for education, for health, for consumption, for housing, all of that which at this point in time is probably not available in the right way and form. So while the aspiration is very clear, we collectively need to work in order to make sure that these things are really happening, because they will not happen by their own. So the way how we thought about it is probably a little bit different than how we thought about it in the past. And what I will do is I will just try to elaborate a little bit on what that means, and then probably in the afternoon it will be a little bit more and deeper. So the first one is, we basically said, we believe there are 4 big places where we really can contribute. The first one is, how can we enable that growth? How can we really be, when it comes to this infrastructure, to this capital mobilization, how can we work on that part? Second one, when it comes to the SME, not just the capital, but how can we actually really help SMEs to become their growth partners? What happens on the wealth management? But wealth, also health, because that is one of the most unmet needs when we talk to our customers. It's a big, big concern. It's not really addressed. And the last one is, how can we really make sure that all these financial services are really getting embedded into the daily lives? And what we found out, that we said, if we really want to be true to this, it's unclear if we can do all of this on our own. Probably the answer is not. So therefore, when we talk about ecosystem, what we said is, okay, we probably need a broader range of partners we can work together with in order to make this work. So what is it? So we in the middle, we do what we can do best. We provide financial services to all the right customer segments, the right products. But in order to do that, we need technology. And at the same point in time, we might even need to give technology to our customers. And that is something we might not be able to do really on our own, but maybe there's a partner. And for that, we have One Mount Group, which was one of the leading fintech companies in this country to build actually some of that new technology. And that helps us to embed ourselves really into the ecosystems, making sure we can reach out to all our customers. But sometimes just integrating into ecosystems and making sure that customers can actually fulfill their needs there, sometimes the products are not even existing. So I look at affordable housing. I look at retirement housing. So there are areas where there's just not enough physical infrastructure. So that is probably where we will also work with Masterwise to see, are there certain areas where we believe we can help to develop critical physical assets, national infrastructure, and participate in that. But again, it's an ecosystem, it's partners. There will be other guys in there, but this is where we think we can actually do things together. So what would that mean? How would that translate? So let's take lead arranger. So if you really want to be a lead arranger, what does it mean for us in the original TCB group? So we really need to work on projects and green financing. So we need to build that capability, but we need to do it in a way that we can originate and distribute. There's no way that our bank balance sheets can hold all the assets which we're generating. At the same point in time, we need different distribution mechanisms, and we also need different entities which are holding some of the assets we are generating. That is where Techcom Security is coming in, so equity capital markets, debt capital markets, but also structured solutions. And if we are getting the approval for setting up a life insurance company, there's also a way to really mobilize long-term capital, because as the speakers before and have said, long-term capital is not easy to come by. So we will do and set up this within Techcombank, but then there are other areas as well. So one is on One Mount is the question, if you really do these systems and you really want to integrate, especially on the infrastructure side, physical flows and financial flows, you need very, very different forms of transaction banking systems where they are really getting seamlessly integrated. At the same point in time, there might be certain infrastructure areas where there are not enough providers of good solutions. So we will actually also work with them if we see there is some projects where we believe we want to finance, where they can come in as a developer and manager of these assets. Take the other example of SMEs and merchants. Again, what we will do is we focus on really making sure we do what we can do best. One area we heard is access to credit. So we will work very, very differently, finding new ways of giving credit to SME customers. And over the last 12, 18 months, the way how we worked on AI models, how we use data, at this point in time, we're probably able to give 500,000 more SME customers credit than we would have been willing to do 12 to 18 months ago because we actually have a different understanding. We will work on credit alternatives because some of that, with the new law on P2P, there might be actually areas to generate funding not just through bank balance sheets, but also through other means. And again, they're very specialized solutions on the insurance side. But again, they also need to digitize. That's where OneMount is coming in. Can we create value-added services? We have 16 million customers. Can we actually give SMEs access to these 16 million customers? Why do they need to go to Facebook? So value-added services, what we call retail media network, that we are making our customers available. And then masterize, are there facilities? Is there land which customers can access for producing, storing, warehousing, and retailing their products? Wealth management, same here. So we need to build a completely different way to deal with that wealth creation. I don't think we have enough RMs in this country which can really do justice for that. But what we have is we have the ability to use new technology, AI, to really combine humans and agents to create a completely new value proposition. We will be able to create new products. But at the same point in time, it's very clear this country, the population of this country want digital assets. So a third of the population has cryptocurrency. So are we creating digital assets? Are we creating cryptocurrencies? If the time is ripe, the government basically has started to put the legal frameworks in place. There might be technologies required for building blockchain-based application and to build AI-based applications, enable completely new asset classes. Again, something where rather OneMount will give us the tools in order to be successful. On the masterize, we always had been on luxury property side, but there's also an aging population, there's retirement. Some of our customers right now are thinking about building retirement housing, tens of thousands of retirement homes. Again, is this something which we can integrate into an offering from the insurance side, the asset management side? And then last, embedding finance. And again, we've done a lot of that already. So it's micro-investment, micro-insurance, but you also see it goes into the other areas. So it's always the same. I think there are solutions to all the challenges I've said and I mentioned beforehand. I think it's just a question of bringing the right people together and working together. So we believe actually that we are very well positioned to actually make this work. So it's not just that we have identified the opportunities and challenges, but if you think about us, we are one of the leading project financiers in this country, and we have a lead position in the debt capital markets. We are very good in wealth. We are probably one of the largest wealth managers. We have digital platforms, AI, and we have the balance sheet to generate these assets, house them for a certain bit, and then put them out. So, and as I will explain a little bit later, I think these are great opportunities. The aspiration is there. I think we should be optimistic looking into the future. The challenges are real, and so are the opportunities. So let's work together to actually harvest them as best as we can and make Vietnam and bring Vietnam forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jens Lotter, for your valuable sharing.
Distinguished leaders and guests. And now I would like everyone to go go outside for a short tea break before we coming to the second part of the investment summit. Thank you.
Mục tiêu của TCI tại Summit ngày hôm nay là mình muốn chia sẻ chiến lược và tầm nhìn quan trọng của ngân hàng Techcombank với ngành bảo hiểm và với dịch vụ bảo hiểm và với thị trường bảo hiểm. Đặc biệt là trong thời gian kinh tế Việt Nam đang phát triển rất là mạnh mẽ, và chúng ta muốn chia sẻ những chiến lược quan trọng này đối với đối tác của chúng ta, đối với những nhà đầu tư của chúng ta và đối với chính phủ và những cơ quan quản lý của chúng ta. Đối với khách hàng trước là cái dịch vụ bảo hiểm là rất là quan trọng đối với người dân Việt Nam, đối với gia đình người dân Việt Nam. Và một cái tốt nhất là Techcombank sở hữu số lượng khách hàng rất là dày, trên 15 triệu khách hàng. Thứ hai là Techcombank và hệ sinh thái của Techcombank có những dịch vụ rất là tuyệt vời. Ví dụ như dịch vụ của ministries, ví dụ như qua đối tác của chúng ta là có Vingroup, có bệnh viện Vinmec, có trường học Vinschool, ngành bảo hiểm, dịch vụ bảo hiểm. Tốt nhất cho người dân Việt Nam là chọn gói hệ sinh thái để không chỉ là bán một cái sản phẩm bảo hiểm và bán sản phẩm tài chính, nhưng mà chọn gói tất cả những cái dịch vụ như bệnh viện, như trường học, như hưu trí để cung cấp cái dịch vụ toàn diện hơn và để mình am hiểu khách hàng, để họ hài lòng hơn với chúng ta. Để người dân Việt Nam hài lòng và phát triển lâu dài với sản phẩm bảo hiểm thì cái quan trọng nhất vẫn là sự am hiểu của gia đình Việt Nam, sự am hiểu của cái yêu cầu của họ về tài chính, nhưng mà sau đó là về y tế, về hưu trí, về giáo dục. Ngân hàng Techcombank tập trung trong 32 năm vừa qua, chúng ta đã có tất cả những cái am hiểu này. Chúng ta đã có hệ sinh thái rất là lớn qua Vingroup, qua Mastery. Thì chúng ta rất là quan trọng nhất, chúng ta vẫn là am hiểu người dân Việt Nam. Trong thời gian ngành bảo hiểm cần phát triển nhanh chóng, cần phát triển một cách bền vững, vẫn là sự am hiểu của người dân Việt Nam. Quan trọng thứ hai vẫn là sự phát triển bền vững và tài chính vững mạnh. Cái đó là Techcombank, chúng ta rất là tự hào là Techcombank đã và đang làm cái việc đó để dẫn đến thị trường ngân hàng phát triển, và chúng ta tiếp tục sẽ dẫn đến thị trường bảo hiểm phát triển để dịch vụ người dân Việt Nam lâu dài.
Việt Nam đã về đích sớm trong cuộc cách mạng thanh toán không dùng tiền mặt, khi hiện đã có tới 87% người trưởng thành đã sở hữu tài khoản thanh toán, vượt mục tiêu 80% đề ra cho đến hết năm nay. Chỉ với chiếc điện thoại, mọi giao dịch từ tách cà phê vỉa hè đến món đồ hiệu xa xỉ đều được thanh toán trong tích tắc. Tiền mặt, phương thức thanh toán truyền thống đang nhường chỗ cho thanh toán số, xu thế của tương lai. Thành công này gần một thập kỷ trước chưa ai dám nghĩ tới.
Trước đây, để chuyển một khoản tiền bất kỳ qua hệ thống ngân hàng thì chi phí tối thiểu là khoảng hơn 2.000 đồng mỗi lượt. Chi phí ấy có thể lên đến vài trăm nghìn đồng, thậm chí cả triệu đồng, bởi chuyển càng nhiều tiền thì chi phí càng gia tăng.
Nhưng gần chục năm trước, Techcombank đã có bước đột phá khi trở thành ngân hàng đầu tiên miễn phí chuyển khoản điện tử tại Việt Nam, tạo nên cú sốc tích cực cho toàn thị trường. Bởi thời điểm đó, phí chuyển khoản chiếm 15 đến 20% tổng thu phí dịch vụ của các ngân hàng, tỷ lệ không hề nhỏ.
rất là cân não, tại vì là có nghĩa là phải từ bỏ một năm khoảng 500-700 tỷ tiền thu nhập phí từ phí chuyển tiền của khách hàng, gọi là đưa lại cái số tiền đấy cho khách hàng và thông qua đấy thúc đẩy cái việc sử dụng các dịch vụ ngân hàng số. Lợi ích, cái chi phí này, hay làm cái đấy ví dụ là có thành công hay không, rồi là bỏ ra cái chi phí đấy là có đáng hay không, thì cuối cùng là nó phải được quyết định dựa trên là bao nhiêu khách hàng sẽ được tác động tốt bởi cái điều đó, bao nhiêu khách hàng có cái nhu cầu đó.
Quyết định mạo hiểm ấy đã mang lại trái ngọt khi lượng tài khoản mới và giao dịch của Techcombank tăng trưởng bình quân 23,5% một năm trong 5 năm liên tiếp. Tốc độ thanh toán không tiền mặt tại Việt Nam liên tục tăng gấp rưỡi mỗi năm, một bước ngoặt lịch sử, hiện thực hóa đề án phát triển thanh toán không tiền mặt quốc gia.
Mọi bước đổi mới và phát triển đều đòi hỏi nguồn lực khổng lồ. Trong đó, nguồn vốn từ ngân hàng đã chiếm tới 50% tổng vốn đầu tư toàn xã hội. Điều này đặt ra sứ mệnh quan trọng với ngành ngân hàng là phải huy động toàn bộ mọi nguồn lực. Và đây cũng là yêu cầu của Tổng Bí thư Tô Lâm với ngành ngân hàng.
Thời gian qua, chính phủ liên tục kêu gọi các ngân hàng giảm chi phí để giảm lãi suất cho vay, hỗ trợ doanh nghiệp và nền kinh tế. Vậy làm sao không tăng lãi suất huy động mà vẫn có được nguồn vốn giá rẻ để có thể cho vay với lãi suất thấp? Giải pháp được Techcombank đưa ra là đẩy mạnh công nghệ giảm chi phí vận hành, chia sẻ lợi ích với người gửi tiền để hấp dẫn dòng tiền nhàn rỗi.
Đằng sau mỗi giao dịch chuyển tiền miễn phí, mỗi đồng sinh lời tự động và nhiều giải pháp khác là cả một thập kỷ đầu tư vào công nghệ. Nơi tôi đang đứng là trái tim của mỗi ngân hàng, nơi vận hành hệ thống lõi. Và ngân hàng này đã dành đến 5.000 tỷ đồng chỉ để đầu tư vào công nghệ. Hệ thống core banking đạt chuẩn hàng đầu thế giới, có thể xử lý lên đến 100 triệu giao dịch mỗi ngày. Và về tốc độ thì vượt trội hơn 50% so với trung bình ngành. Nghị quyết 57 của Bộ Chính trị về phát triển khoa học công nghệ, một tuyên ngôn của thời đại số, là chìa khóa vàng mở ra kho báu tiềm năng, giúp ngân hàng Việt biến sức mạnh tích lũy thành lực đẩy vượt trội.
Chúng tôi thực sự tin rằng Nghị quyết 57 sẽ đem lại những bước đột phá về chuyển đổi số. Hệ thống của Techcombank lưu trữ khoảng 8 tỷ điểm dữ liệu mỗi ngày trên nền tảng đám mây AWS, kết hợp trí tuệ nhân tạo để cung cấp các giải pháp tài chính, bảo hiểm, blockchain được cá nhân hóa với tiêu chuẩn bảo mật cao. Đây là cơ sở để chúng tôi tiếp tục theo đuổi mục tiêu chuyển đổi ngành tài chính, góp phần nâng tầm giá trị sống cho người dân trong 5 năm tới.
TCBS chúng tôi là công ty chứng khoán trong hệ sinh thái của Techcombank, luôn tiên phong trong việc cung cấp những sản phẩm, những giải pháp tài chính mới cho người Việt Nam. Đến với Summit lần này với chủ đề là giá trị mới trong kỷ nguyên vươn mình của Việt Nam, chúng tôi muốn chia sẻ câu chuyện về chiến lược WealthTech mà chúng tôi đã đi và thành công trong 10 năm vừa rồi. Đó là chúng tôi rất tập trung vào mảng quản lý gia sản và làm sao tích hợp được rất nhiều công nghệ vào các sản phẩm tài chính mới cho người Việt Nam. Chúng tôi muốn chia sẻ với các khán giả về cách mà công nghệ và dữ liệu đang mang lại việc mới tái định vị lại việc quản lý gia sản tại Việt Nam và trên thế giới. Nói đến những cơ hội tại Việt Nam và trong hệ sinh thái của Techcombank tại thời điểm này thì thật sự là rất hào hứng và có rất nhiều những yếu tố mới. Chúng ta đã nhìn thấy với kỷ nguyên vươn mình và với một loạt những chính sách của nhà nước và chính phủ để hỗ trợ cho nền kinh tế phát triển nhanh hơn với những động lực như chuyển đổi số, kinh tế tư nhân sẽ là những động lực để giúp Việt Nam, thị trường tài chính của chúng ta không chỉ thay đổi về lượng mà cả về chất. Chúng tôi đã nhìn thấy những xu hướng mới sẽ đến với Việt Nam, đó là những tài sản tài chính mới sẽ đi vào, như tài sản mã hóa, những tài sản mới, chứng khoán phái sinh hoặc những sản phẩm cấu trúc. Một xu hướng mới mà tất yếu mà thế giới đã đi đến, đấy là nền kinh tế chia sẻ, việc xây dựng những nền tảng, những marketplace, những platform để người mua và người bán có thể dễ dàng gặp nhau hơn. Hoặc công nghệ cũng đang đưa đến những sản phẩm mới. Chỉ ví dụ thôi như là với blockchain base đang đưa đến những sản phẩm mới mà crypto là một ví dụ điển hình. Nó sẽ giúp cho investor base và các sản phẩm mới đi vào thị trường. Điều đấy sẽ giúp Việt Nam có thêm những nhà đầu tư mới và chúng ta sẽ tiến gần đến với các sản phẩm của thị trường khu vực và của thế giới nói chung. Nói chung là với sự phát triển của nền kinh tế Việt Nam, người Việt Nam càng ngày càng giàu lên thì nhu cầu về quản lý cái gia sản sẽ càng ngày càng tăng. Những sản phẩm mới, yêu cầu mới, tốc độ mới và những tiềm năng mới sẽ càng ngày càng đến với chúng ta. Đó là những cơ hội mà chúng tôi đã nhìn thấy rất rõ ở thị trường tài chính Việt Nam cũng như trong hệ sinh thái Techcombank. Tôi phải chia sẻ với bạn về những cơ hội mà chúng tôi nhìn thấy cho hệ sinh thái của Techcombank và TCBS nói riêng. Thì để chuẩn bị và đón đầu những cơ hội này luôn luôn tận dụng là lợi thế của người tiên phong như điều mà chúng tôi đã thành công trong 10 năm vừa rồi. Thì với TCBS chúng tôi chuẩn bị những cái nền tảng cực kỳ rõ ràng và sẵn sàng cho việc tiếp cận những cơ hội này. Những nền tảng chủ chốt mà chúng tôi muốn nói đến đó là vấn đề con người, vấn đề công nghệ và vấn đề dữ liệu. Con người đấy là một nền tảng mà chúng tôi đã xây dựng suốt 10 năm qua. Chúng tôi có những con người hybrid, họ vừa có yếu tố của well, họ hiểu về tài chính, nhưng mà yếu tố về công nghệ mà chúng tôi gọi là well technologists. Họ là những người rất là hiếm có trên thị trường và giúp cho chúng tôi xây dựng những sản phẩm và đưa những sản phẩm đến thị trường nhanh nhất. Một trụ cột thứ hai mà cũng là nền tảng mà chúng tôi đã xây dựng nhiều năm đó là làm chủ về mặt công nghệ. Làm sao đó để chúng ta luôn học được những công nghệ mới trên thế giới, mang về Việt Nam và xây những sản phẩm và đẩy nhanh những cái tốc độ để đưa đến thị trường một cách nhanh nhất. Yếu tố thứ ba, cái nền tảng thứ ba cực kỳ quan trọng trong thời đại này đó là dữ liệu và AI. Chúng tôi tận dụng rất nhiều dữ liệu và AI, những gì mà thế giới đang mang lại để làm sao hiểu về khách hàng nhiều nhất, giúp cho khách hàng hiểu các sản phẩm nhanh nhất, cũng như chúng tôi hiểu về bản thân chúng tôi để kinh doanh được tốt nhất và đưa đến những sản phẩm phù hợp nhất cho khách hàng với tốc độ nhanh nhất. Đó chính là những nền tảng mà đã giúp cho TCBS thành công với chiến lược Well Tech trong 10 năm vừa rồi, và chúng tôi luôn luôn tiếp tục củng cố những nền tảng này để đón những cơ hội sắp đến trong tương lai. Cảm ơn tất cả các quý vị đã tham gia buổi hội thảo ngày hôm nay. Vừa rồi là tôi có những chia sẻ ngắn gọn về cách nhìn của chúng tôi về tương lai của mảng quản lý gia sản tại Việt Nam. Và bây giờ xin mời quý vị lắng nghe phần trình bày chi tiết hơn của anh Nguyễn Xuân Minh, Chủ tịch Hội đồng Quản trị của TCBS. Anh sẽ chia sẻ sâu sắc hơn về mô hình Well Technology mà chúng tôi đã đi trong suốt 10 năm vừa rồi và cách mà công nghệ dữ liệu đang đi vào và tiếp tục tái định hình lại việc quản lý gia sản trên thế giới và tại Việt Nam. Xin cảm ơn quý vị.
Tại TCBS thì chúng tôi luôn nghĩ cách là làm thế nào để tạo sự khác biệt. Và để làm được điều đó thì chúng tôi phải thật sự hiểu khách hàng, phải tìm tòi xem khách hàng có những mong muốn gì, những nhu cầu gì mà thị trường chưa đáp ứng được. Và cuối cùng thì chúng tôi kết luận rằng đó chính là thời gian. Thời gian là thứ quan trọng nhất mà nhà đầu tư cần, và thời gian cũng là thứ quý hiếm nhất mà họ không có nhiều.
Tuy nhiên, vấn đề ở đây là việc mua hoặc bán, tiến hành giao dịch của nhà đầu tư thì thường diễn ra rất nhanh và đơn giản. Nhưng việc lựa chọn thông tin, đánh giá, phân tích và ra quyết định đầu tư, chọn sản phẩm đầu tư nào phù hợp thì lại thường tốn khá nhiều thời gian của nhà đầu tư. Như vậy, rõ ràng là có hai vấn đề cơ bản là nhu cầu cốt lõi của nhà đầu tư mà chúng ta cần giúp họ giải quyết. Đó là một, làm sao có một bộ sản phẩm đầu tư tích lũy đầy đủ nhất đáp ứng mọi nhu cầu của nhà đầu tư. Và hai là giúp họ tiết kiệm được nhiều thời gian nhất cho việc ra quyết định đầu tư.
Tiết kiệm thời gian cho nhà đầu tư, đó chính là mục tiêu mà chúng tôi hướng đến khi phát triển ứng dụng TC Invest, một siêu thị Wealth, một siêu thị gia sản, tất cả trong một.
Tôi nhớ trước đây, nếu nhà đầu tư muốn quan tâm và tìm hiểu cơ hội đầu tư của một cổ phiếu doanh nghiệp nào đó, họ sẽ phải tìm kiếm ra rất nhiều nguồn. Đây quả là một quá trình tốn rất nhiều thời gian. Thấu hiểu vấn đề này, chúng tôi đã phát triển TC Analytics thành một nền tảng thông tin toàn diện nhất về doanh nghiệp và cổ phiếu, nơi có tất cả mọi thứ mà nhà đầu tư có thể nghĩ đến.
Chúng ta đều hiểu việc phân bổ danh mục giúp giảm thiểu rủi ro. Ý tưởng của chúng tôi là mang các công cụ phân bổ này, vốn chỉ dành cho các quỹ đầu tư và các định chế lớn, về cho các khách hàng cá nhân tại Việt Nam.
Chúng tôi đã phát triển iConnect là một nơi mà các nhà đầu tư có thể nhanh chóng mua hoặc bán các trái phiếu họ đang nắm giữ với nhau. Từ đó, thị trường có thêm một kênh đầu tư sinh lợi tốt.
Hệ thống quản lý gia sản TC Well được phát triển bởi TCBS, cung cấp cho khách hàng các giải pháp và sự lựa chọn trên cùng một nền tảng, giúp khách hàng thực hiện các mục tiêu của mình.
TCBS tự hào là đơn vị tiên phong cho ra mắt thị trường nền tảng sao chép iCopy. iCopy lấy cảm hứng từ nền tảng giao dịch xã hội eToro, vốn rất được ưa chuộng tại các nước phát triển trên thế giới.
Một số nền tảng cụ thể mà TCBS đang ứng dụng trí tuệ nhân tạo trong việc kinh doanh và phục vụ khách hàng có thể kể đến như Autopilot, dùng Gen AI trong việc phân tích đầu tư, phân tích thị trường, hay Customer Feedback Summary, tổng hợp các phản hồi của khách hàng nhằm hiểu khách hàng tốt hơn, hoặc việc ứng dụng của trí tuệ nhân tạo trong marketing kỹ thuật số, hay việc ứng dụng trí tuệ nhân tạo trong việc lập trình và kiểm thử tự động.
Chúng tôi đã sử dụng Gen AI để đơn giản hóa mọi thứ. Từ khối lượng thông tin khổng lồ đó, Gen AI sẽ tạo ra những báo cáo phân tích ngắn gọn, dễ hiểu hơn.
Phần đồ họa đòi hỏi rất nhiều thời gian và công sức, nhưng giờ đây chúng tôi chỉ mất vài phút để hoàn thành những tác phẩm đó. Công nghệ AI đã thay đổi rất nhiều cách mà chúng tôi thực hiện công việc marketing của mình.
Nhưng thực sự vượt trội là khâu thiết kế đồ họa và sản xuất video. Bằng việc kết hợp các công cụ AI, chúng tôi có thể tạo ra tới 20 thiết kế đồ họa chỉ trong một ngày.
Hiện nay hơn 60% nhân sự của chúng tôi làm việc trong lĩnh vực lập trình và công nghệ. Trí tuệ nhân tạo Gen AI giúp tự động viết code. Sau đó các bạn lập trình viên sẽ vào kiểm tra và xem lại. Điều này sẽ tiết kiệm từ 40 đến 50% thời gian của các bạn.
Nhưng kỳ vọng của chúng tôi là cao hơn. Chúng tôi đã nghĩ đến một giải pháp mà cho phép tất cả các nhân viên không cần kỹ năng lập trình vẫn có thể xây dựng các mô hình AI theo nhu cầu của mình. Đó chính là Automated Machine Learning, trí tuệ nhân tạo dành cho mọi người.
Vâng, trí tuệ nhân tạo cho mọi người, không chỉ cho các nhân sự tại TCBS mà cho tất cả các khách hàng của chúng tôi. Và chúng tôi cũng tin rằng việc áp dụng công nghệ, máy học, trí tuệ nhân tạo vào kinh doanh sẽ giúp TCBS đạt được nhiều thế mạnh hơn, nhiều lợi thế cạnh tranh vượt trội hơn trong tương lai để trở thành nhạc trưởng của dòng chảy vốn tại Việt Nam.
Xin trân trọng chào mừng quý vị.
Welcome back to Techcombank Investment Summit 2025, New Vietnam from Vision to Value. Ladies and gentlemen, right now we have the second panel discussion where the experts and economists will talk about the role of the government as well as private sector in economic development from AI and technology adoption to digital assets. Right now, I would like to invite Mr. Phạm Minh Tiến, Deputy Director of the National Data Center. I would like to introduce Mr. Nguyễn Khắc Lịch, General Director of the Authority of Information and Communication Technology Industry, Ministry of Science and Technology. Mr. Phan Đức Trung, Chairman of Vietnam Blockchain Association. Mr. Nguyễn Xuân Minh, Chairman of TCBS. Mr. Phan Thanh Sơn, CEO of Mobifone Digital Payment Joint Stock Company. And I would like to introduce Mr. David Chan, Managing Director and Partner at Boston Consulting Group, to facilitate and moderate the panel discussion.
Thank you, distinguished guests and speakers, and really grateful and thank you Techcombank for inviting me to be here into this spectacular investment summit. And it is also inspiring morning to see a lot of the great concrete progress in Vietnam, and really inspiring about the tagline here, from vision to value. And with Jens also talk about 10% growth for the next decade, 1.1 trillion investment opportunity here. It's all around concrete outcome, like the progress, the capability building, and also the cross-sectoral collaboration here. So I think right now, Vietnam is in a critical pathway for the digital revolution. And this is the moment to define the bold vision, the rapid innovation, and also the relentless pursuit of a lot of the action to shape the future. So that's why today we have a great panel that we have a cross-sectoral and well-representative panel with 5 visionary leaders. They are not only shaping the industry, shaping the policy, and a leading organization, but also they are the leaders to build the very foundation of the Vietnam digital economy here. So I would like to thank and also grateful to invite our distinguished panelists here from the architect of our national data center towards our the pioneers on the digital asset and the blockchain infrastructure, towards the pioneers of our digital asset exchange, as well as our influencer to visionaries to shape the future of the payment up here. So maybe before we start, let me very quickly introduce our panelists here. First of all, we have Mr. Phan Minh Tiến, Deputy Managing Director of National Data Center. Mr. Tiến, you have played a very pivotal role in building the National Data Center here, and to build the foundation of the Vietnam digital economy. And also you have advanced the creation of the national data market. So today, grateful to hear how we can actually leverage this infrastructure to innovate and then to charge forward the data economy of Vietnam. And Mr. Lick, the head of technology industry department and Ministry of Science and Technology, will be coming here very soon. But then I will introduce him when he comes straightly from this door. Yeah. And Mr. Phan Do Trong, chairman of the Vietnam Blockchain Association, and also the chairman of One Matrix. You have developed the Vietnam Blockchain Strategy 2030, and you are also the architect of the Vietnam blockchain infrastructure here to actually charge forward on the national data sovereignty and blockchain infrastructure. You've also fostered the talent development and ecosystem build through the Vietchain talent competition to actually grow the talent and ecosystem. So today we also want to actually understand how does the new technology can actually transform the Vietnam economy here. Mr. Win Shen Min, chairman of Techcom Securities. Mr. Min transformed the Techcom Securities to be the leading wealth tech and also the investment bank in Vietnam to drive the economic growth of Vietnam. And also really spectacular that we have transformed the Techcom Securities to be the first fully online asset managers, like with 100% online account opening and KYC, as well as the first robo-advisory developed in Vietnam, as well as the first social investing, etc. And you are also planning on the first regulated centralized digital asset exchange. So I think like a lot of the innovation would like to actually understand about you from your perspective on what will be the future looking like and what will be the investment opportunity. And last but not least, Mr. Phan Thanh Xuân, head of the CEO of Mobifone Pay, and also the former chief transaction banking of Techcombank. Congratulations for your new appointment of the CEO of Mobifone Pay to charge forward the a payment infrastructure and the industry in Vietnam. And also, in your previous role, you also have a lot of the digital innovation on the transaction banking, cash management in Techcombank to drive the entire economy as well. So once again, we'd like to thanks for all the panelists here to actually provide the perspective about the future of the Vietnam. Okay, so maybe let me shoot the first questions to Mr. Min. The digital technology has been actually rapidly defining the wealth management globally. So we see a lot of the innovation in Techcom Securities here. So with all the different technology play that you have witnessed in the globally, what do you consider are the most game-changing digital trends like AI or the digital assets or stable coin, for example, that are shaping the wealth management industry today, and what might be some of the innovations that you think will be worthwhile to actually future-proof our industry here?
Let me do it in Vietnamese, in general.
I think that there are new trends arising that can impact the wealth industry in Vietnam and over the world in general. Now we have the new concept of democratization of wealth. Previously, there were a lot of things and solutions and services that are meant for the corporate customers, but now it is also applicable to retail, so we have to be prepared to welcome new retail investors. And I think that we will welcome not only 1 or 2 million customers, but 10 or even 20 or 30 million customers. So it is really a game changer. And I think that one of the crucial things to consider is the no border factor, meaning that we can allow both international and local investors to get access to our solutions. And we have a lot of traditional investment instruments such as stock and bonds, but we have to welcome new investment tools such as security NPS or gold or digital gold or cryptocurrency. So these are the trends that are going on around the world now. And in the meantime, we also have a lot of new platforms that are being developed, such as peer-to-peer lending, crowdfunding for private equity. And I think that this is also something that the retail investors can access.
Very well resonating with one of the charts that was presented by Jens previously about the significant potential in increasing the penetration on the private wealth assets in Vietnam. But also, I think there are a lot more diversification opportunity about the asset classes in Vietnam that I think we can actually be able to provide to our more diverse investor base in Vietnam. Okay, and I think the next question I want to actually also brought forward to Mr. Trong is about a lot of the enablers, right? Vietnam is recognized as one of the fintech hub, and we actually have a very strong foundations here with young but vibrant, savvy populations here, with a lot of the great developers here, etc. And with a lot of the tech enablement government initiatives, how do organizations like TCB, government bodies, or even the organization that you are leading, VBA, are able to position Vietnam as continue to position Vietnam as a hub for a lot of the innovation in the region here?
Okay. Thank you, Davis. I hope want to share is Vietnamese. Chúng ta cũng biết là thực ra là
We know that since 2024, the government has issued a resolution 57 where blockchain is identified as one of the key pillars to achieve the two-digit growth in terms of economic development. And blockchain is now at the top 3 technologies that are required in terms of origin. And Techcombank and TCBS in particular has joined hands in deep diving and exploiting the potential of blockchain. And at the time when I first met Mr. Ming, he has been building his own blockchain, and he started to tokenize the bonds. And I think that this is a very crucial move, because we all know that TCBS is a securities firm. And now we are witnessing trends such as fintech arising in the market. And we can see that TCBS is winning in the fintech market. And fintech will help enable new opportunities for the retailers or retail investors. And we all know that the financial institutions will account for about 80% of the accounts. But in Vietnam, the situation is different, where 90% of the accounts is opened is retail investors. And previously, the government has promoted the use of blockchain, but we seem to avoid adopting blockchain due to the unclear or not so transparent origin of blockchain. But now we see the new trend of Trump 2.0. And Trump always said that he wanted to make America the hub of the crypto hub over the world. And I think that the government of Vietnam has promoted the adoption of blockchain right at the time of Trump 2.0. And the government also issued the law on digital technology industry, and it will be effective from the January the 1st of 2026. And we are welcoming new significant changes such as sandbox, crypto exchange, where we can pilot the crypto exchange, and we can test our assumptions there in the sandbox. And where we can adopt the blockchain to produce the results that we want. And I think that Techcombank has established the One Matrix company to drive the adoption of blockchain, and I think that the decentralized data center will have to collaborate with the centralized data center to drive the use and adoption of blockchain. And I think that one significant change is that it is the changes made by large corporations such as Techcombank or financial institutions that can foster or enable the opportunities for real retail investors.
Thank you, Mr. Zhou. I still remember, I think a couple of weeks ago, when you were actually talking about One Matrix in the public, where I think one of the points you made there is your personal passion to create a social responsibility to drive the Vietnam economy here. And then I think a lot of the initiatives that you talk about here actually resonate very well by bringing a lot of the assets, opportunity from the overseas back into Vietnam, and also using the new technology like a blockchain to charge forward some of the economy, the accessibility of some of the fund. I think that is very well resonating. And I think at this moment, I think it very natural transitions to introduce our panelists who will be joining us now. Mr. Win Ngak Lik. Mr. Win Ngak Lik is the Director General of the Technology Industry Department and also Ministry of the Science and Technology. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, sorry. Thank you for joining us. And I think we were just actually talking about some of the key trends that is actually shaping the Vietnam economy. I think as Mr. Lik, you actually also have a lot of the dialogue and conversations with a lot of the different government regulators around the world, right? So we'd like to also get your perspective on also view on what are some of the key game-changing trends from a government perspective that is actually shaping the future of the wealth management and the financial services.
Sorry everyone, I was previously occupied, so now I have the time to join with you on the panel discussion, and I think that this opened a new forum for us on digital assets. I think that the physical assets is just the same as the digital assets. And the National Assembly has passed the law on digital technology industry. So for the first time in Vietnam's history, we accept the legality of the digital assets. So it will be protected and used just like physical assets. Now there are about 21 million investors in crypto, currency, and digital assets. So with this new law, the investors in cryptocurrency and digital assets is no longer in the gray area. And we saw three trends in terms of wealth management. The first one is personalization based on data and big data. And just like the General Secretary To Lam had said, and stated in the law on digital technology industry, AI is a new manufacturing method. And data is the input for AI. So AI plus big data equal to the ability to analyze the customer's insights, analyze the customer needs. And now in finance banking industry, I believe that you have heard about robo-advisor, right? So the robo-advisors is meant to serve thousands of investors. And it can provide the best advisory and advices with the lowest cost. And I think that Ming understands what I'm trying to say. Let's say I want to invest in digital assets, or I want to invest in real estate. So it means that I may have different needs, and each customer has their own needs, right? So I think that it's important that we accept the digital assets that are based on tokenization and blockchain and big data. And millions of investors can invest in each cryptocurrency. And one more thing is borderless transaction. And I think that it is very crucial. As far as I know, TCBS is now having 1 million customers. And the Vietnam's government has accepted the borderless transaction as a legal and lawful operations. So I think that we are not trying to serve just 100 million people, Vietnamese people, but we have to aim at serving 8 billion people over the world, right? So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee, for the sharing. I think that also brings a lot of the regulatory clarity on the path forward, and also I think that is also very clear about the big like a growth opportunity for the Techcombank on how to grow from 1 million to actually a lot more millions, like going forwards with the proliferation and diversification of the different asset classes. I think like one thing that Mr. Likio mentioned is about like AI and also to actually adopt the AI, the importance of data will be super critical. So like I want to shoot the next question to Mr. Tian. You are actually the architect behind the entire national data center here. So, can you share a little bit how would you see the role for the digital data infrastructure and also policies to support the development of the data-centric asset management and also the financial services in Vietnam to actually drive the balance in terms of the innovation versus security?
I am Phạm Minh Tiến from the National Data Center. I wish you health and success. So regarding the National Data Center, it is now under development in Hoa Lạc. And we are gathering all forces to accelerate the development of this center and to put it in operations. And now we are implementing the two-level local authority, and we are implementing reforms in terms of administration procedures. So the National Data Center is meant to serve the administration procedures on the e-portal of the government. And it is also meant to facilitate platforms for economic development. So this is the overall objectives of the National Data Center. So now it is under development in Hoa Lạc. And regarding the model and design of the National Data Center, I believe that it complies with the highest standards over the world. And I want to stress the importance of this National Data Center. And the official establishment date for the National Data Center is February 25th. And it is also responsible for managing data. And the workload for the National Data Center is heavy. And we are trying to draft and finalize all the legal frameworks to put these center into operation. And recently, there is a decision by the government on the core data. And we are planning to implement and issue the national strategy. And maybe we have the outline brainstormed out already, but when it comes to implementation, then it will be very hard. Take borderless transaction as an example. We talk about transaction, we talk about borderless transaction, and we understand what it is, but how we implement it is another issue that we have to take into consideration. And it pose a lot of challenges when we have to deep dive into the details, when we have to implement the borderless transactions. And but I believe that we will be able to overcome all the challenges and meet all the goals and the objectives that are set by the government. And we hope that the National Data Center will be the enabler of the economic development of Vietnam. So these are the overview of what we are doing regarding the National Data Center. And to answer the moderator's questions, we at the National Data Center, we aim to open an open source data center. And we hope that in addition to serving the administration procedure, we hope that both local and international entities can leverage this open source data warehouse to thrive and to do business. And we are trying to collect feedback and data from both enterprises and the people in Vietnam to enrich the data warehouse, so that based on these insights and data, we can provide inputs for social economic development. So these are some of our ambitions regarding the National Data Center. On the other hand, based on the engagement with the Vietnamese people, with the state authorities, we can collect insights and analyze the movement of the digital economy in Vietnam. And based on those information, we will draft the most suitable solutions and draft the most appropriate plans for development. And we hope to open up a new large playground for investors in compliance with Resolution 68, where we stress the importance of the private sector and the retail investors. And I am very delighted that the government has issued a decision on private-public partnership on innovation and digital transformation. Last week, the National Data Center has established the Data Adoption and Creation Center. This is an open space that connects the National Data Center with the community. And I would like to extend my gratitude to the government, because this data center is an opportunity for us to get better insights into what the government and also the people of Vietnam is doing at the moment. And so we hope to engage with you more frequently, and we are assigned with developing core platforms such as data exchange platforms or the national blockchain. And we have heard the very exciting sharing about blockchain from Mr. Chung. And when we have established and developed the national blockchain, then I believe that it will open up new opportunities for the enterprise community. And it will also help us to enrich our data warehouse and data center. And I believe that this National Data Center will give you a platform to develop and do business in exchange for data. And enterprises can completely store data at the national data center with the protection and with the governance by the laws issued by the government. So those are some of the points that I would like to make. And in the future, when the national data center is officially established, we will also launch the first official data exchange platform where both corporate and retail investors and enterprises can join to collect the necessary data to serve their business activities. So those are some of my points. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tian, for the elaborative sharing on the overall plan for the National Data Center. And it is very excited to see that we are not only building the infrastructure itself, but also charging forward the entire data economy through the data exchange, as well as having more private sector involvement to actually drive the innovation, use case development, and applications on building on top of the digital data center here. And I think one of the things that I also noticed is that, Mr. Leek, you actually have been the advocate of a lot of the made in Vietnam, from the research, development, etc. Right? So, with the development of the data economy, right? We are expecting that there will be a lot more applications that will be innovated within Vietnam to actually leverage on a lot of the data and also drive the AI innovations here. So from the a government perspective, what might be some of the policy and regulations that will actually be shaping the directions on driving this space of the world and supporting a lot of the local corporations to actually build and innovate to benefit to the Vietnam economy?
Cảm ơn một câu hỏi rất là hay.
Thank you. That is a really interesting question. From the government's perspective, I think it is better to look into the national goals, which is to aim for the double-digit growth. Actually, previously, I am really impressed with the presentation delivered by Mr. Jens Lottner. We have to open up the space. Maybe I can see that the CEO of a bank is talking about semiconductor industry. And that's why I'm saying that we need to open up a new space. And that's why I'm talking about the digital environment, digital device. And we have to open up a space so that we can aim for the double-digit economic targets. So from the government's perspective, we understand the importance of digital transformation. From the government's perspective, we encourage innovation and transformation while maintaining compliance with the regulations. At the moment, we are working with the Ministry of Public Security to work on the regulations on personal data privacy. We also work with the Ministry of Industry and Trade in order to turn Vietnam into the main hub for industry development. And in order to thrive and in order to thrive, in order to innovate, we need to create sandbox so that we can allow the enterprises to conduct pilot on the new products. We create a place where the enterprises can freely can freely experiment, and we also allows the business and the entrepreneurs to have received more support, not just from tax policies, but we can also provide additional budgets to the local enterprises. So what I'm trying to say that we need to nurture a mindset, an entrepreneurial mindset, where we can open up the space and we can open up a digital space. We allows innovations that we can aim for double-digit economic targets. and we understand that digital economy, and I understand the platforms will be the foundation for the rise of digital economy. I believe that a lot of you here now knowing that we have around 20 million investors owning crypto assets. So if we can truly leverage and we can truly tap into this group of investors, then I believe that we can even, our economy maybe even become greater. And I believe that in the future, we will issue the laws on online transactions, on crypto transactions, and the law on digital transformation. So the law on digital transformation in the future will connect, and it will connect all the other pieces so that it can refine, and we can create a comprehensive view on digital transformation. And while we are revising and we are working on the legal regulations, we also follow the international practice, because we want, in the past we say that we want to be on par with the with other nations, but now we really want to catch up. We also want to be in the same group with other nations in digital transformation. In recent times, we have finalized a total of 9 regulations, and we hope that in the future we can accelerate growth better. So that's it to answer that question. Thank you. To add on what you have said earlier, maybe I would like to share my point of view as a local business, and I have to share that the changes and the measures by the government is significant. And I often share with my colleagues that I can see that people working in the public sector works even harder than us in the private sector, because I know that a lot of you also spend all of your weekends and all night to make further amendments and adjustments to the regulations. And to be honest, it really helps the businesses like Techcombank and TCBS.
Thank you both, Mr. Lik and Mr. Ming, for sharing. I think one thing that I also noticed is that there are a lot of the collaboration, as Mr. Tian mentioned, right? The public-private sector collaboration is actually ongoing right now in Vietnam. And maybe I also want to actually get the perspective and input from Mr. Trung, where I believe you have been talking to a lot of the government, the public sector, the different ministry, as well as the private sector, in the past few months, after the announcement of the establishment of Run Matrix, right? So, with the huge opportunity in Vietnam, as we have previously talked about, that 20% crypto penetration in Vietnam, huge developer community in Vietnam, etc. What kind of the further cross-sectoral collaboration is required to really transform what we have been talking about, the direction and the opportunity, to the real value that we are able to capture, because it's all around the action and concrete kind of implementations here.
Yeah, thank you, Davis. Tôi nghĩ là Việt Nam chúng ta là cả một thời gian dài và có những chỉ số gọi là chấp nhận crypto toàn cầu.
I believe that in Vietnam, we have a high tolerance of the crypto assets, the adoption rate. And I can see that in the past, we have around 17 million of crypto accounts. We cannot compare with the number of stock trading account. But if we look to the world, then I think that this 17 million is around, I mean, in the world, normally the crypto accounts is just be 6 to 7 million, but in Vietnam, we can see that the numbers of crypto accounts is very big. And I can see that if we look into the crypto transaction volume, it is really big. Somehow it can even reach up to $100 million. And if we look in the surveys, we can see that these are considered as gray area, an underlying part where it's yet to be unveiled. And I can see that we call them as virtual assets, and we even use the definition of virtual assets and virtual currencies. In the meantime, in other countries, the government from other countries have even issued more policies, such as BDSI, which is a platform that can connect 27 countries on the public services. And in order to have platforms to work on the EU public services, that is very complex. Or if you look into the China market, maybe David, if you're from Hong Kong, you know that China actually doesn't issue any laws that prohibiting the use of crypto transaction. Actually, they even built up a platform that can provide further opportunities for crypto investors, and it even expands to the Hong Kong market. And actually, the Ministry of Public Security and the Ministry of Finance and even the VBA have even learned from the Chinese practice. And we can see there's a collaboration between the public and the private sector. And we talk about transfer bill or stable coin. And if we look at the stable coin in Hong Kong, that I can see that maybe in the future, the Trump administration will soon to issue a stable coin policy. So what I want to address here is, even though we are slightly behind from other countries, but other countries have already tapped into our Vietnamese market for a long time. And that maybe Mr. Tien, you can see that most 80% of our crypto transactions are conducted on the Binance platform. And whenever there's an incident, then we don't want to we want to protect the investors. And I'm not saying that the government will fully control, but somehow we can protect the crypto platform. We also want to restructure the transaction platforms, and we want to protect the Vietnamese people from joining some illegal acts of capital mobilization. And we hope that we can urge and we can motivate the use and the thrive of tokenization and also the crypto assets. And soon we hope that we can use Sandbox as a way to experiment the new digital assets. So from my point of view, I believe that yes, we may lag behind other nations, but I think now it's time to learn from other nations. And I think there's nothing better than following the national practices. And maybe we can take small steps, but it will be an impactful measures and impactful actions. And I think that all business, whether they are big or small, should be encouraged to join the crypto market. And we eagerly hope that Techcombank, HD Bank, and Masan can provide further support and to participate actively in the crypto market.
Yeah, I think the question about how to actually capture the opportunity is very critical here, and also it all lies down to the technology enablers, right? So I would also like to get some of the perspective from Mr. Min, as the leader in the Vietnam wealth tech space, what are some of the technology that is actually instilling into the Techcom securities so that we are able to charge forward the entire wealth management industry in Vietnam here? So I think my question is more around in terms of redefining the wealth management industry in Vietnam through the technology, what are some of the opportunities that you are seeing that in Techcom securities?
Yeah, I think nó có một số cái cơ hội, nhưng mà có lẽ là tôi sẽ nói một số cái.
There are some opportunities for us to leverage, and Mr. Sơn can add on from the bank's perspective. And earlier I said that there will be new assets class, which will be introduced to the market and open up new opportunities for investments and business. And there will be some products such as equity-linked structure products, which is very popular in the Asia market, which is not yet available in the Vietnamese market. And there are also other products such as mortgage loans. So these products will open up new opportunities for investments and business activities. For embedded finance or other aspects, I think that Mr. Sơn can add on this. Thank you, Mr. Minh. So we focus on building the infrastructure and utilities to become a player in the digital space that the government has set up. And the banks is leveraging new technologies such as authentication by biometric or reconciliation, all the data with the National Data Center. And when the data is enriched at the National Data Center, then we will have the better foundation to leverage the technologies to cryptonize the assets and data while still complying with the regulations on data privacy and data protection. And we also adopt AI and machine learning to protect the customer's benefit in the digital environment. Because as you know, when we open up new space for digital transformation, there will be cyber crimes. So we have to leverage the technologies in the favor of the customer's benefits and to protect their privacy and protect their data against the high-tech crime and high-tech criminals. So we are making heavy investment into these technologies to ensure that we have an open space that is safe and beneficial to every stakeholders.
Thank you, Mr. Minh and Mr. Sơn, for the sharing. I think it is very impressive as we come to an end of this panel is that what we are here, how to actually transform our vision to value is about pivoting our operating model in the future. I think technology is just a technology, but then what I hear from a lot of you is that how can we actually transform and capture the opportunity lies within understanding our customers. What do we actually create the value for the customers is something I hear consistently across all of you. And another key point is about a cross-sectoral collaboration here, be it on public-private collaboration, across industry collaborations, or even how to actually bring in some of the best practice across the road into Vietnam to actually drive the innovation within the Vietnam. So I think these are very inspiring sharing, and hope that the audiences here also gain some of the food for thought before our lunchtime here. And thank you so much again for all our panelists. Thank you.
Vâng, xin trân trọng cảm ơn các diễn giả và điều phối viên.
For the speakers and the moderators to deliver a fantastic panel discussion. Thank you very much, and I would like to invite you back to your seat. Distinguished guests, to continue with the summit, we would like to present on the development of digital assets. Right now, I would like to introduce Mr. Nguyễn Xuân Minh, Chairman of Techcom Securities, to share about how technology is redefining investment and wealth management so that it can help Vietnam to become the powerhouse for wealth tech development.
Cho phép tôi được nói tiếng Anh cho nó đúng format của chương trình. Mặc dù tôi biết là nói tiếng Việt nó sẽ
although I know that maybe speaking Vietnamese may be more comfortable to.
Let's go with the macro first in Vietnam. Basically, we all know that we have been growing very fast, and Vietnam coming from a very low base. We are gradually catching up with many of the countries in the regions in terms of GDP per capita, in terms of wealth. So it means that the Vietnamese people are getting wealthier in general. If you look at the affluent and also mass affluent of Vietnam, the segments in Vietnam currently, those only about 20% of population, but are representing about 80% of wealth. And we start to see a lot of growth, and the segments, especially the affluent segment, are expanding. It means two things. There will be a need for technology and AI to serve. You can't serve with IM, with people anymore, because there are so many of them. And the second thing is that because they are wealthier, they have more saving. So there is the need for them, or demand from them, that they need to optimize their saving. They need to diversify their investment. They need to do allocations. It's similar to any other countries in the region. So it's no longer just TD, it's no longer just property or gold. It will be stock, bond, funds, and many other structured products. And if we look out to the world, into the more developed countries, what's happening there? Basically, even the traditional wealth products are no longer enough. There will be a new merge of new asset classes where the investors are very interested in. It will be crypto, it will be tokenized asset, it will be securitized asset, it will be digitalized gold or digital gold, and then also the new platform opportunity for them, like crowdfunding, like P2P lending, and so forth. So that is the products. But the thing is, it's not enough. If you look into the world, you can see that the business model are also changing. From a traditional model, especially in our financial service sector, from a traditional model, you start to see the sharing economy model, the platform-based model. You can see that in Airbnb, you can see in Spotify, you can see in Uber, Grab, for example. And that is even not enough. With the adoption of blockchain, you start to see the decentralized model, the decentralizing of platform. No single entity control the platform anymore. We call it DAO, which is decentralized autonomous organization model. So a few examples in the world, like Brand Trust, Audius, Mirror, for example. So the products are changing, and the business model are changing in the world. And for us, for a company in the financial sector, for TCBS, what should we do? What should we prepare for the future? We have been always, the choice for us is that pioneering innovation. We want to be always the pioneer in the market, and we keep innovating for new things in Vietnam, to be the pioneer and to be innovating. For us, for a long time already, it's no longer just a simple product. While others focusing on stock, we do wealth. We have stock, We have cash, we have bond, fund, and many other structured products as well. And we also offering platform for investor. We have iCopy, which is a copy trade platform, a social investing platform that is similar to eToro. We have iConnect, which is the only secondary bond marketplace in Vietnam that provide excellent liquidity for the investor on bond investing. Then we have FundMart, which is a supermarket for fund. We have robo-advisor, for example, and so forth. And I don't think it's enough for TCBS. We will be going into the new asset classes. We will be in crypto. We will be in digital gold. We will be in securitized assets like MBS, ABS, and tokenized assets. And we'll also be building a lot of platform offering to the clients. It is P2P lending, it is crowdfunding, and so forth. But even that is still not enough. Product is product. Everyone can copy. How can we build the business model? How can we build our business into a new platform so that we can cope with the future competition from overseas and also from other fintech and wealth tech companies? We are changing our business model. We actually have been adopting and then try to build the 3 core foundations for the future. We have been doing that in the past 8 years already. The talent, we are changing the people at TCBS. We are adopting a new strategy. We have been doing a new strategy for technology and then data and AI. Let me talk a little bit on the talent side and on the people side. Now, if you are a banker, if you are an investment analyst, or you are an investment banker, I don't think it's good enough for the future. If you are a coder and a programmer, I also don't think that is something that is good enough. We need hybrid people. So at TCBS, what we do is that instead of doing the traditional way, organizing the traditional structure of a company, we actually decentralize a lot of things. We decentralize IT, we decentralize some of the businesses department, and we decentralize data as well. And then we mix them together, let them sit together. So for the beauty of it is that after a few years, these people are actually learning. The knowledge are transferring between the finance, the business people, and the technology people. And somehow they become hybrid people who knows both finance, business, and technology. We call them investment technologies, marketing technologies, wealth technologies, and so forth. Those are the truly wealth tech or fintech people. If you try to recruit them in the market, it's impossible. TCBS has a few hundreds of them. And this is our competitive advantage. But yet, the thing is, talent is good, okay, but they come and go. Group culture is actually stay. By letting them sit together and having this, we're actually nurturing a culture of sharing and learning. Very strong teamwork, very strong bonding. And somehow we build that into a very unique corporate culture. As I said, corporate culture stay with us. You can copy a product, you can copy a service. You cannot and will never be able to copy a corporate culture. This is our competitive. And also the effectiveness and also the productivity, the operating efficiency has been dramatically improved over time. To give a few examples, we go live about over 1,000 projects every year in the past 5 years already, every year, big and small. The productivity, meaning the profit per employee at TCBS is about 5 times higher than the industry average within the security sector. The engagement level is very high, and we're also proud that we have many my ex-colleagues are actually now the executive or CEO of many financial institutions in Vietnam. So we are producing very good talents in general. Technology, there are three things that we focus on. Has been there for almost 8 years. We want to own the technology. Every time when we see a new technology that can be used for business at TCBS, we actually print it, we learn it, and then we try to build it ourselves, build the applications, the use cases so that we can use for business. The second thing is we own the core platform. We don't outsource to third-party vendor. We don't buy from third-party vendor. We develop ourselves. This is to make sure that we have the most proactive and fast to the market and the most flexibility available. If you buy from a vendor and if you want to modify certain things, small offering, it takes you a few weeks, months. For us, it's a matter of days. We do it very quickly. And then lastly, we own the well-tech people, as I said. Currently, about 60% of our staff are actually IT-related. Most of the automation, most of the internal process, like 90% or so, are actually automated in TCBS. Let me flip through. I can go this for the whole day, but let me flip through a few. This is the new breakthrough trend that we are going to we're actually acquiring this. We have been having blockchain for about 3 years. We have open API and tokenized assets will be the next that we will have. But let me flip through a few examples of technology in a very quick manner. iCopy, I talk because it's a social trading platform. It's a copy trade that we offer in Vietnam. It's of course the first in Vietnam, and we are the pioneer in the market. It's very similar to eToro. The iConnect is the only secondary bond marketplace in Vietnam. And we have been having it for about 8 years, and this continues to be our core competence and core competitive advantage in the fixed income market. FundMart is a supermarket for funds. So currently, I would say most of the local funds are traded or are available in the platform. But besides that, we actually produce ourselves, we call thematic synthetic ETF. So currently we have about, we call iTracker. Basically, currently we have a few hundred over of them, and currently with the current speed, we produce about 4 to 5 iTracker per week. So we are introducing a lot of synthetic funds to the market. People mentioned before, everyone needs to have very big tickets, spending tickets in the future. How can you plan it for the customer for the whole life, for 20 years? You know, buying house, buying car, kid to school, tuition, retirement, and so forth. So the platform actually have to plan the whole life spending and saving. The story of data and AI is also very similar to technology. Basically, we learn, we acquire, we own it, and we develop ourselves. Own the platform of data at TCBS is our own develop, basically. The data lakehouse, the data mart, the customer data platform, generative AI, so many things, auto machine learning, and so forth. So we do that to do two things: understand the customer, understand ourselves so that we can make the decision faster, and then understand the market so that we can give more insights to the customer for them to make decisions. We have so many use cases that we use AI, but let me go through a few examples. You know that we have TC Analysis, which is a very comprehensive platform that have all the information and news, similar to Bloomberg in general, but just for Vietnamese listed stock. And we give it for free. And basically, we provide a platform so that you can have everything. Investor can come in and have everything: quantitative, fundamental, technical, sentiment, backtesting, simulation, and everything. But the thing is, so much information. So that's why we use generative AI to actually summarize it for the customer and give specific insight on specific requests and specific analysis, so to save their time and so that they can make better decision, investment decision in general. Another use case for generative AI that we do very effectively in general is the customer feedback. We understand that we need to listen a lot to the customer to understand them. So we get a lot of feedback, a lot of channel to receive feedback from the customer. Basically, we want all our executive, all our senior to listen to it, to read it every day. But every day we receive hundreds of them. It's impossible for them to read every day. So that's why we use generative AI to summarize it, to put on the top most 20 pain points that the customer are facing, and then ranking by top priority so that our colleagues can go through it and try to fix it and then bring it back to the market the fastest possible. So that's the customer feedback engine that we have. Now, on this foundation has been paying off quite well. I try to flash a few numbers. We have been having about 50 times increase in the customer in the past 8 years or so. But the more customer increase, we are achieving the more economy of scale. I remember about 8 years ago, the cost per customer is about $300 for us. Now it's 20. So that is exactly why we decided to give free trading for the customer. But yet, our profit continued to increase. We have been growing about 40% per year in the past 10 years. Our productivity is also increased dramatically. TCBS productivity, profit per employee is about 5 times higher than the industry average. And we also, of course, receive a lot of awards from international companies and domestic companies as well, both on the wealth side and also on the technology side. Thank you.
Xin trân trọng cảm ơn ông Nguyễn Xuân Minh. Xin kính mời ông trở về vị trí an toàn.
Mr. Nguyễn Xuân Minh, please return to your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, to continue with the summit, I would like to introduce an on-stage interview between the two economic experts, where Mr. Jens Lottner will interview Mr. Jeffrey Perman, one of the prestigious investors who lead the investor and investment trends in the Southeast Asia region. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Jens Lottner and Mr. Jeffrey Perman to the stage to discuss on how to retain the FDI in the current context.
So, can you hear me, or is it okay? Otherwise, okay. Here we go. So, I know we're a little bit overrunning, but therefore you have a very special treat right now. And I think a lot of the investors here and probably would like to understand what does it all mean to them. And so we thought probably the best guy to talk about it is Jeffrey Perman, the CEO of Warburg Pincus, also the chairman of the US ASEAN Business Council, who has been leading a lot of the investments in this part of the world, and has been here and leading actually for 12 years ago, Warburg started to really make their first investments, the largest private equity investor and global private equity investor in this country. And Jeff has worked very much on building the real estate practice, but actually the larger Southeast Asia and an Asian practice. So therefore, I think he probably has a very good reference point when it comes to what does it mean to invest in Vietnam. At the same point in time, as the chairman of the US ASEAN Business Council, I think he has been very instrumental in the recent discussions which were going on. I think, as we all know, there is now a kind of framework agreement in place, so and probably would also be great to hear that. And again, Jeff has been very instrumental in advocating for US and for Vietnam as being true partners and actually have a beneficial relationship. So today we have the real privilege to hear all the insights about going all the way from geopolitics to what does it mean to invest in Vietnam. So therefore, thanks a lot for coming and making the trip over here and sharing your insights. Thank you, Jeff.
No, thanks Jens for having me. It's always a pleasure to be back in Vietnam, and this is quite a setup you have. So congratulations to all the success with Techcombank. It's been a great partnership that we've had over the last half a dozen years or so.
Very good. So let's dive right into it. So we've seen a wave of these big geopolitical developments on macroeconomic events. There's the interest rates, there's dollar in, dollar out, there are the tariffs and all of that, right? How do these developments actually influence how you think about investments? So, and is there kind of a principle or framework when you, as Warburg bankers, decide where to allocate capital to?
You know, look, it's a great question. It's a great place to start. Obviously, you know, we're living in a very complex macro and geopolitical environment. You've got the economic order that the U.S. architected, you know, starting 8 decades ago, really in flux right now. You had really a 40-year cycle of rates coming down, right? The first 25 years, we saw declining rates. The last nearly 15 rates, we saw kind of ultra-low rates. And obviously, you've got wars around the world. So this is a very complicated time. What I would say, though, is private equity and investing is a very pro-cyclical asset class. Everyone likes to invest a lot when times are very good, and then they tend to pause during periods of stress and uncertainty, and then they tend to wonder, why did I underperform the benchmark? And to me, that is one of the great lessons we've learned as a firm. You know, Warburg Pincus is the oldest private equity firm. Next year will be our 60th anniversary. And so we've been investing for over 5 decades. And what we've seen is you need to make sure you invest about the same amount year in and year out. And so my job leading a great investment firm like Warburg is when times are good, every deal you can talk yourself into higher growth rates, you can talk yourself into better exit multiples. It's times like this, though, that I've got to give people an extra push to see above the trees, to see through the trees. And, you know, I think that tends to produce, I think, the most consistent and persistent returns over time. That being said, as you have to ultimately drill down into the sector and into the geography. You know, we just invested recently in right after Liberation Day. It was a very complicated period to invest. But we invested in a bank, actually a leading bank in India. And when I looked at that, I said, okay, there's the whole tariff question mark, but less than 2% of India's GDP goes to the US. So it's very insulated from that perspective. The banking sector is at its cyclical trough at that moment in time in India. And we were investing back into a bank we had already invested in before and had made a lot of money. And so the question, given the trough valuation we were investing at, is, you know, I strongly believe we're going to make money here. The question is how much? And it's really going to be determined more by the execution of the underlying business, not by a bunch of other macro or other geopolitical factors. So I think that is the key in moments like this, is you can't be paralyzed by the moment.
So that's very interesting. So basically it's saying you really need to, as you said, look above the trees. So, therefore, having invested for 12 years, where are you seeing us right now? So if you think about Vietnam, how it has developed, if we look at the opportunities right now, right? And of course, there's also regulatory developments and all of that, right? So where do you think we are right now, and how would you assess Vietnam at this point in time?
Look, I'd say first off, Vietnam has come a long way since I remember, hanging out at the Metropole, starting to look at the first set of investments when we had started looking at the market. And I mean, I look back and, I mean, GDP per capita was, 2,500, sub 3,000 US dollars. The entire market capitalization of the stock market was less than 40 billion US dollars. Today it's, well north of 200, 250 billion. And, but what we saw even in that moment was great entrepreneurial talent. The infrastructure that the government was committed to laying, and then, in my belief, having seen the growth in China for the previous 2 decades, the opportunities that would come on the back of that. And look, it hasn't been a straight line over the last dozen years, right? We saw peaks and valleys kind of through that. But as we sit today, I think Vietnam is incredibly well positioned. I think you have very business-centric, kind of pro-growth leadership in government and in the party. I think you have a very good still secular backdrop in terms of the shift of the manufacturing base to Southeast Asia, and Vietnam has been the biggest beneficiary of that. We'll talk about certainly the impact of tariffs, but I don't think that's going to slow it down, to be honest. I think this trend is going to continue, and Vietnam, again, will continue to be a big beneficiary of that. And so we're almost now, after all the hard work that we've seen that's gone into this, we're right at the inflection point of getting to that 5,000 to nearly, hopefully over time, 7,000 of GDP per capita, where really things take off and the consumer gets unleashed further, and that becomes this amazing kind of positive feedback loop in the market. So we remain, I remain personally, very convicted about the opportunity ahead for Vietnam.
So I know that you personally, but also as a firm, are very convinced, right? And that's why for 12 years already you started investing. Now, you have quite a couple of investors, and some are, how should I say, probably already very much invested, some probably are still thinking about it, right? And of course they understand all the points you made, right? But you were always very instrumental in just also convincing others to basically come and join you, right? And there's a little bit like a pedigree of you're doing your due diligence, so then others are basically saying that should be good. So what were usually these points which were holding investors back? And do you think, has this changed to a certain extent, right? Should they be more confident right now? Are there proof points which you would point towards where you're saying, hey guys, that should give you some comfort?
Look, I think the biggest challenge, and this is not just a Vietnam issue, it's a broader ASEAN issue, and it's plenty of other markets around the world, is as investors, exit is the most important starting point. It's not actually the investment you make, it's how you think about the eventual exit. And the depth of the capital markets in many of these markets is still more shallow than most investors would want to see, right? I mean, if you look around the world, you've got the US, and then it obviously drops off, considerably. And, as investors, we need to have multiple shots on goal. And so you've got to have a vibrant capital market, a vibrant IPO market. That creates a positive flywheel that creates more interest from financial investors, which then creates more interest from strategic investors. And you've seen it in India, right? India, the flywheel is working perfectly right now, right? Very buoyant stock market, great new issuance market, encourages more private equity to want to invest. And then There's strategics that are very confident on the back of the growth of the underlying market, and then they're coming in. And so to me, that's what's kind of held back a number of these markets in terms of the ability to absorb and bring in more capital has been more constrained by the ability to, to exit. Fortunately, we've done 2 of the largest IPOs ever in the country. I think the market was surprised by that when we did them, first with, obviously, our friends from Vingroup, and then ultimately with Techcom and its listing. So we've shown some proof points, but obviously we need to continue to show more. I think that was probably the biggest question mark for investors. And I think the second is the stability of policy, the encouragement of foreign investment, and I think that's there today. And so I think that's getting a number of other folks, hopefully, over the hump. And everyone used to always ask me, like, why do you encourage, so much more capital to come? It's gonna make your life harder. It's gonna be more competitive. But that's actually a good thing. That creates more exits, which then hopefully helps on the flywheel. Yeah. And that's how you move from, again, an emerging market to one that becomes more mature over time.
No, I completely agree. I think this money in is not the problem, it's the money out. And again, I think for that, all the ideas around the IFC and basically allowing this, I think is probably a good development. Let's shift maybe a little bit to really right recently, because beside these more secular considerations, there's of course all this tariff, right? And which are currently coming up. And so the yield right now is 20% as a general tariff, and then 40% on transshipment. So what's your take on that? Is it good? And how would you look at it as an investor right now in terms of attractiveness as still the strategic production hub for a lot of the companies?
This is a very complicated question because I didn't bring my phone up. In the next 2 minutes, it could change while we're while we're sitting here. So, but look, what I would say is, I think Vietnam moving quickly, and I was an advocate for that. I think was positive. And the key was, can you land in a place? I don't see probably the U.S. administration coming down from below 10 to 15% tariffs for most. And so I think by securing that 20% level, granted it's still early and we need to see how it all gets documented, that feels very competitive from my perspective to where others may land. And the biggest concern for Vietnam would have been if Vietnam was 40 or 50% and its neighbors were 10 or 20%, that would be very challenging, right? If Vietnam was 20 and even others were 15, I think that's actually still okay, because the overriding trend is so positive. I mean, we have an investment in BW Industrial here. It's the largest industrial real estate business in the country, probably 50% of the ready-built factories in the market. The company has leased 50+% of its space so far this year, post-Liberation Day, even with all the uncertainty. Because I think most believe, Vietnam is going to sit at the center of much of the production that ultimately shifts from China. And there was a view that I think the U.S. knows too, that many of the goods and products that are produced in Vietnam aren't going to be made in the U.S. And I think the administration has acknowledged a number of those items. And because of that, that's what I think, as you look at the number, I'm not surprised that the amount of leasing that BW is doing is accelerated. It's not slowed down. So I think that's a good indication to me that Vietnam's pretty well positioned. And look, we'll see where it lands for other markets around the world. But I think 20% as a starting point feels pretty competitive.
So I completely agree that ultimately it's a relative position, right? So if you just, and without looking and knowing all what letters will be sent or what's in these letters and all of that, right? But from your overall perspective, when it comes to emerging markets or somewhere to ASEAN, right, you still think that there is this competitive edge which used to be for Vietnam, right? Because for a long time was also a story about other markets and Indonesia and all of that, right? So, but how do you see the relative competitiveness from where you're currently standing?
You're saying the relative competitiveness
That's right, compared to the other ASEAN countries, or even some other countries which would also be competing for being a manufacturing hub, right?
No, look, there's room for multiple countries. It's kind of what I said in terms of you want to see more investors in Vietnam. It's the same dynamic. I mean, there's a ton of production that's ultimately shifting, from China. Vietnam couldn't absorb it all itself, so there's room for others to benefit from certain segments. The key, though, and this is where Vietnam is so well positioned, is the ecosystem of that supplier base, of some of those queen bees and others, is incredibly strong. And part of that is the workforce is exceptional in Vietnam, and there's certain markets like India still struggles with that today, right? The ability to produce at scale in certain areas. There's a great work ethic in Vietnam, and I think some of the large, obviously, MNCs see that and are going to continue to, I think, lean towards Vietnam on the margin for a number of these products.
So, again, because, I mean, we could probably go on forever, but therefore, because we have a lot of different functions, so I will basically use the opportunity to take another perspective now, which is really as your function as a chair of the US ASEAN Business Council, right? And so how would you think right now about the kind of relationship, and you met the Vietnam senior leadership on several occasions as the largest investor, right? How would you see right now basically the relationship between the US, right? But also, do you see that there are certain shifts in terms of how they're really trying to get the country towards the next level of growth, which would be really breaking away from a 7 to 8% trajectory towards a 10% trajectory?
Look, I think it's a very committed government, as I said, specifically around growth. Very pro-growth, I feel, and they're trying to remove, and to me this is the key thing, I mean, we've probably been one of the single biggest real estate investors in Vietnam as well, is to break down some of the barriers to accelerate development. Because again, that creates that positive flywheel that we've seen other countries of similar scale benefit from. So to me, that's a very positive thing that they're doing. You're seeing them break down the bureaucracy in order to allow and facilitate decisions to move much faster. That's noticeable and very positive from my perspective. I think that's number one. Number two is, look, I think with the U.S., I think it shows the relationship and the commitment to the relationship that Vietnam moved quickly to address some of the concerns that the U.S. had, around trade. And I think Vietnam was not only proactive, but I think thoughtful about the things they felt that they could help to address those issues. So I think the U.S. has taken that very positively. Look, Vietnam's always going to sit in this position, like many other countries around ASEAN and Asia, between China and the U.S. There are great, important benefits that come with a relationship with two of the largest economies in the world. But I think Vietnam has done a very good job of developing that deeper relationship with the U.S. through, I think, some of these trade discussions that should set it up pretty well for the future.
So I actually completely agree. I think there was a little bit of a concern that I think there was a little bit like you need to choose sides, right? Which would be exactly what Vietnam tried to avoid and has done very successfully. And it seems to be that, again, they were able to actually position themselves as a bridge between China and the US. Do you think there could be even a larger role which Vietnam could play in order to kind of mediate between these two and saying what is a good way to cooperate? Sorry, say that again. Okay, so I think the question is like, given the fact that China and the US seem to be sometimes a little bit on a confrontational path, right? Is there a way that Vietnam, in its ability to basically work with both sides, right? Can there be even a larger role they can play between mediating between these two countries?
Look, absolutely. But I think, the Vietnamese leadership right now is smart. They're looking inward at the minute, right? Now that one of the biggest potential impediments to the acceleration of the growth was potentially the tariffs, right? That was a curveball, if we're using a baseball analogy. Yeah. That was a curveball that came in. But I think it's been handled, to date quite well. And I think as investors, to me, we can now look over the hill, and again, it looks very positive. There is a case to be made that Vietnam can grow at closer to 10% than 7%.
Yeah.
And I think that's the exciting part. And this was certainly something that could have redirected that course a little bit. But again, as we sit today, we should feel pretty good about, and there's no certainty that things can't change. And we always have to be prepared for that as investors. But I would say we should feel pretty good about, I think, the further acceleration of growth in this market. Real estate had been held back for a number of years. There's huge pent-up demand for that. You see that obviously on the mortgage side, as the leading player in the Techcom business, and then obviously, just the growth in other areas, whether it's private education, healthcare, all the typical things that people, as they start to earn more and their disposable incomes grow, they start to spend on. And to me, that's a very exciting thing to be paired with the growth in manufacturing and this great asset that Vietnam has in tourism, right? And so when we first started investing 12, 13 years ago in the country, you really only had kind of more the commodities piece at the time. Now you look out and you've got a much more multi-dimensional economy. That's what allows you to really accelerate your overall growth.
Perfect. And I just looking a little bit at the watch, and also given the fact that we're between lunch, so just probably to round it up a little bit, kind of some personal perspectives, right? So when you came here, what has kind of, how to say, inspired you the most about Vietnam, right? And basically investing in Vietnam, because as you said, 12 years ago, that was not the beaten path, right? It was so how did you come in, got inspired, and then probably convinced your partners at the investment committee that suddenly they should sign big checks going to Vietnam?
Yeah, I would say in 2012, Vietnam wasn't just off the beaten path. It was, if you went to an ASEAN conference and there was a ballroom like this, and Vietnam would have been empty at that time. Now I look at the room and it's changed dramatically. Look, I think what stood out to me the most has been there's great entrepreneurial talent in Vietnam. And at the end of the day, as growth investors, which is what we are, it's more about the who than the what. More than 50% of the risk in any deal is who the partner is, who you're working with, and the vision, the work ethic, and the intellectual curiosity in the type of partners that we've had, whether it's Hung An or others, has been really pretty exceptional. And to me, that's been the most exciting thing, because the movie hasn't been written yet. And so the ability to have outsized impact in that, right? We were, from a Warburg Pincus perspective, we've been in Asia for 30 years. We just celebrated our 30th anniversary last year. We've seen the early days of China. Next year will be our 30th anniversary in India. The great opportunity is to take things that we've seen done well and help to try to bring that knowledge and expertise to markets like Vietnam and work alongside entrepreneurs and help to build great businesses. And to me, that's what stood out the most, is there's so much entrepreneurial talent. And our job is hopefully to bring capital, but not just capital, expertise to help them, take their businesses to the next level.
I would also say that with our experience and working with Warburg is capital is one thing, right? But capital somewhat you can get your hands on, right? But I think it's the expertise and the commitment in the long term to really build better franchises. And I think that really clearly makes a difference. Last one, and so just to make it a little bit interesting, one word or one sentence answer, please, right? So first one, for all these investors here, what's the biggest investment myth about Vietnam? Investment myth about Vietnam?
I don't know, that it's all kind of low value add, manufacturing, cheap manufacturing. I think this view, especially through our investment in BW Industrial and what we see firsthand, I mean, this is, much further up the curve than I think most people appreciate already around the world. The level of skill and expertise, I think, is much higher than I think is appreciated outside of Vietnam.
Very good. What is the most exciting sector in the next 5 years?
Look, I think the reason why this room is as packed as it is I think, honestly, I wouldn't bet against financial services in Vietnam. When we were first making the investment in the sector, 1 out of 3 had bank accounts. 1 out of 3 had bank accounts. Today, probably more than 3 out of 4 have access to some form of bank account or payment accounts. You had almost no one with credit cards or insurance, and that's still incredibly low today.
Yeah.
You're going to start to see that take off again right when you get to that inflection point of $5,000-6,000 US dollars in GDP, and so I just think I've seen the movie before. As I said, we've been in India for 30 years. We have never not been invested in financial services at any moment of those 30 years, because it is the best way to play the growth of emerging consumption. It is the best way. And so Vietnam, we've seen the trajectory. We're at that inflection point. And so for me, I would say that's probably the most exciting sector as I sit here today.
Very good. The last one word that describes this incredible entrepreneurial spirit of the Vietnamese, what would it be?
I would say, a great intensity. One that wants to capture the moment, that's not on its back heels, it's on its front foot. And that's what gets me out of bed every day, is finding the next great entrepreneur and partners to build businesses with. So as I said, it's always great to be back in Vietnam, and I just want to see just continued success for the country, certainly for Techcombank and for all of our partners here.
Perfect. Thank you a lot. Ladies and gentlemen, Jeff Pearlman, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ian Slaughter and Mr. Jeffrey Perman. Kính thưa quý vị, chương trình buổi sáng của hội nghị đầu tư Techcombank.
The Techcombank Investment Summit, the morning session has concluded. Once again, thank you very much for the leaders, the delegates, and distinguished guests to attend this morning session. And I believe that the connection between the private sector and the government will enable new opportunities for the sustainable growth and development of Vietnam. In the afternoon session, we will deep dive into the investment opportunities in the new era. We would like to invite you to the afternoon session after a lunch break. Please follow the facilitator for the networking and lunch section. Thank you very much, and I will see you in the afternoon session.